So, chat, do you remember when shadowy government organizations and conspiracy theories used to be, I don't know, charming? I've been rewatching the X-Files, And there's some weird shit that comes up there that it's aged poorly. Shadow governments, puppet government agencies, um, MK Ultra jokes. And I wonder what it is that happened in the past 30 years that made all of that so much less charming. Hi, chat. Second, yeah, right? It's weird. Hi, Finnick. Hi, Changing. It's weird. I mean, look. I'm a kid of the 90s. I was born in 85. I remember the X-Files fondly. Maybe not the government shenaniganery of it. I mean, you didn't watch TV that way back then. You just saw single episodes every here and then, and you didn't piece the whole thing together. But watching it back now, and the whole idea that there's a shadow state controlling everything, run by the military-industrial complex, and they're putting fluoride in the water, and they're interbreeding with aliens, and they are trying to keep a lid on everything. And it's just, way back then, it felt, oh, neat, this is edgy and kind of fun, and, cute in a way, right? Who didn't think Fox Mulder was a cutie? I mean, it's essentially the reason why David Duchovny got his role as in Californication, right? As Hank Moody, because everyone remembered, ooh, that dreamy conspiracy theorist on the X-Files, right? Yeah. It reads differently. Looking at it from this day and age. It reads real different. It definitely wasn't for his acting. No, I mean, he's not fantastic. I mean, I'd like to argue that David Duchovny has done great roles. Remember his transvestite role in Twin Peaks? Another thing that may not have aged terribly well, but it was fun. It can be good sometimes. I'm a big fan of Californication. Well, every other season. The first 3 seasons and then every other season is pretty good. And David Duchovny does great work in that. He can be good. I remember also Evolution. Was that the spoof horror flick, the monster flick? Where they beat the alien invasion with anti-dandruff shampoo, I think. David Duchovny was in that. He's good. X-Files was one of his first big roles, I understand it, and also, other mentalities behind television making. He's fine. But the whole conspiracy theory thing, how that has gotten so much less charming in this our day and age, where we're gonna have to, where we have to sort of navigate between climate change denialists and chemtrail enthusiasts and other tinfoil hats. It's not as charming when we have to live with them. It turns out that Fox Mulder is a delight for 50 minutes every week. Not so much when you're living next door to him. As it turns out. So, speaking of X-Files, we're playing Control tonight. We're starting Control tonight. Oh yeah, you get to be here from the very beginning. From the inaugural Control stream. I have not played Control. I will cop to this. I understand that it's part of this meta-narrative where Alan Wake is involved. I never played Alan Wake's. I've seen both of them. And even though I understand that Alan Wake 2 had a lot of fun with itself, and, all the respect in the world for that, the writing pisses me off so fucking hard. It reads like the worst Stephen King novel. Oh, the darkness. Ooh, the dark place. I just can't take it seriously. But then again, Alan Wake 2 didn't take itself seriously either, so it's fine. But I understand Control is part of that. First toe dip into the Remedyverse? Essentially, yes, then. If that is the Remedyverse. I mean, I'm an old Max Payne fan, but I don't think that is included. I thought Inside Job was a fun series. Yes, Finnick, I also enjoyed Inside Job, but that again, it also Inside Job sort of makes fun of the conspiracy theorists, right? It's a postmodern work, Finnick, where it's sardonic about the idea rather than like X-Files, starry-eyed looking, oh, wouldn't it be neat if only. You'll be wanting to play Alan Wake after Control for sure. Are you sure changing? Also, Max Payne is included, is it? Ayo! Z's in the house! Oh. Changing? Really? Max Payne is included? Is that part of the Remedyverse? I'm not number 3, I'm assuming, but 1 and 2, because I'm a big Max Payne fan. We played it on the channel. I hadn't played it for like a decade, and I absolutely adored playing Max Payne 2. But there's not a lot of weirdness. Hi, Mac Daddy! Holy shit, Max Paninis? Yeah, there's such paninis, my guy. And NBC too? Finally going to stream Control after you talked about it? I will! Holy shit, we got a full fucking roster here tonight. Hey-o! They don't necessarily own the rights to Max Payne, but you may notice some familiar Oh, yeah, voices and faces, yes. I mean, it's Remedy. It's a Finnish... Well, they... is Remedy a Finnish studio? I know that they've had a lot of Finnish creators and actors and voice actors. Finnish indeed. It still is, even to this day. Good for them. Good for them. Good for them. Or there's that Mac again. Yeah, holy shit. Said we gotta stop meeting like this. I think this is a perfect meeting spot for you guys. So we are gonna start Control. But before we get into Control, I do have a pronouncement before we get into it. I do want to, do my due diligence. You see, this here little channel of the internet, the universe, and all things Twitch, is where we try to approach the games that we play from a literary standpoint. We try to apply the theories and the tools of literature science and literature criticism to the games that we play, to try to figure out maybe not so much what the story is, though I think there's going to be a bit of that in Control specifically, but rather how that story is being told and how it functions, how it interacts, how it fits together. Trying to look at the moving parts, as I like to think of it. We do this not just because it's fun, we do this not just because it elevates the media out of the gutter of being considered simply a toy. We do this primarily for my own egotistical purposes. You see, storytelling and narratology is not just some passing fad with me, it's my stock and trade, it's my craft. I'm an author, I'm a writer. I've been a novelist for the past 10 years, I've written 9 books in that time, and I started streaming not so much to become a professional streamer, but rather to promote a book that I actually released for you. It's the 6th down the line, it's called The Last Box, a cyberpunk thriller about the spontaneous eruption of sapiens and a random slug of gaming code, and the people who are unfortunate enough to have to try to reconcile with that fact. I think it's a rather good book. It does a few things different than most other AI media. If I'd have to compare it to any other AI media, I would put it somewhere along a wibbly-wobbly sliding curve between William Gibson's novel Neuromancer and Spike Jonze's movie Her. Nobody tries to fuck the robot, though. Or rather, the robot doesn't try to inhabit a girl that wants to get fucked like a robot. Look, Her is a weird and a wonderful movie, and you should check it out. But don't check it out before you've read this. Please check it out. Please check this out. First and foremost. Where can you get it, chat? Well, first link down below is going to get you to Amazon.com, where you can get it not just as an ebook or print-on-demand copy, but also you can get the first 4.5 chapters of it for free as a demo. That's not a bad sample size. There's almost 50 pages you can just download for free and enjoy to your heart's content. And if you do get hooked on it while reading those first 46, 47 pages, but you don't want to get it on Amazon.com, the second link down below is going to hook you up. It's going to get you to Books to Read, an aggregate feed where you can get it at your vendor of choice. Can't keep track of them all. They keep adding their names and changing them. Adding new ones and changing their names. That's the way it's supposed to go. But the most prominent ones are probably Apple Books, Barnes & Noble, and Rakuten Kobo. So please check it out there. We lean over, put it back where it belongs. They remain independent despite low sales. Low sales, really, with Alan Wake? Didn't Alan Wake sell like gangbusters, or are we talking about something else? Huh. No, really, and just robot fucking. I'm out. New genre robot smut. I mean, there are news articles out there that says that we're gonna be done with biological intimate relationships, and everyone's just gonna fuck robots in like 2040. I don't make the rules. I don't make the news. I just report on them. I just report on them. Alan Wake took 5 years to break even. Alan Wake 2 is still in the negative. It is. Oh. Control is their only instantly profitable game? What the fuck? Huh. Look, AAA game design is fucking bizarre. Right? And I'd like to argue that Remedy is sort of in that bracket still, right? With Alan Wakes and Controls and stuff. It's just absolutely bizarre how they think that their business model is going to work. Compare that to like Stardew Valley. And I understand the production standards are, miles apart. I get that. But it seems to be such a... I don't know, there's such a discrepancy, 30 million euro to make, has made 100 million. That sounds like Control? Huh. Neat. Weird. Strange. I mean, I know a lot of people have spoken well of Control. Control ended up in that weird space where you get overhyped about a thing. Do you ever feel like that, chat? People around you read about it, you hear about it, you see parts of it, and then the people around you start just nagging at you that, oh, you need to play Control, oh, you need to play Control, you need to try Control. And eventually I just, no, I'm an individual. I refuse. Like it was some sort of a fucking hill to die on, 2040 robot fucking heard it here, folks. Yep, you heard it here. Well, not first. Well, maybe you did it. It appeals to the SCP fans. All right, the secure, constrict, perambulate? What's the acronym there? Secure, control, prescribe? Only 16 years away. Yeah, I mean... No, it'd be weird. I mean, I'm a big transhumanist fan, as is made apparent by the last box, but I don't think a relationship with an android would be easier than a relationship with a human. Maybe some better perspective. Maybe robots wouldn't be so concerned with the bullshit that's around us. I don't know, man. Whatever floats your poop, I suppose. So I had a opportunity today at school. I'm studying to become a water engineer, and we had a company that was supposed to present concrete pipes, and then later another company that was presenting cast iron pipes, and they spoke about muffs and spigots inserting into one another and having to lube up the spigots to insert them smoothly into the muffs. And I could not believe that not a single motherfucker in that classroom didn't giggle. I felt sorely fucking disappointed. Secure, contain, protect. There we go. Security containment protocol, I think. Something along that line. Yeah, okay. I understand that it's a whole internet thing about it. But yeah, I mean, how the fuck can you not make a little giggle at the idea of lubing up some piping to fit into one another? Am I the degen? You can't tell me that I'm the degen here. I'm probably the degen over here. Probably am. Anywho. Should we start up? Should we get this ball rolling? I think we should probably get this ball rolling. How do you feel about getting this ball rolling, chat? You feel good about it? So, the only things that I know of Control is that we're playing a female protag that I believe is looking for her brother. I think it's a sibling. I think it's a brother. And she ends up at this federal government facility, or not even facility, it's like a field office in a major urban center. She walks in and everything's fucky. I believe over the progression of the game that she's going to assume control of the bureau. I know there's a Finnish janitor. I know there is a wood-paneled motel dimension that seems to be ripped straight from Twin Peaks. I know there's some sort of entity that takes control of people. Other than that, I don't fucking know. There's a neat gun. Roll it. I'm gonna get Shores down while you start up. Yeah. Get him Shoresies dunsies. Other than that, I don't really know anything about control. I understand that it's supposed to be good. Oh my god, I need to pick DirectX. How do we even check which DirectX I have? Most users... it's probably 11. Fuck it. Worst case scenario, it's not going to work. Okay, chat. Do you think that we will be able to play this properly windowed? In a proper windowed mode? Do you think? We've been playing so many fake borderless windowed modes games for these past weeks. It looks like it. I think I can. No? You don't think so, Z? I already know you can't. Really? I beg to differ. I seem to be able to move my mouse outside of the screen. Control. It's a hostile title, isn't it? Okay, here's a question before we get started. Can someone please fucking explain the cap brand that just says obey? Can someone explain that to me? Why the fuck would anyone run around branded obey? Supposed to be a joke? I don't get. Alright, let's take a look at this. Display. Borderless. What are you talking about, C? This works fantastically. This works great. It's exactly the way I want it. What do you mean texture filtering at not highest? Bugger off. We're gonna go high. My computer can handle it. Surely? Surely you can handle it. My computer agrees and asks me not to call them Shirley. Interface, anything we care about here? Subtitle. That should always be toggled in. Subtitle background? Yeah, sure. Sign translation overlay. Oh. Oh, I thought it was sign language. Fuck. You know what? Sure. Crosshairs, everything else is good to go. Do we want a controller for this? They have a PlayStation controller version? No, we're not set up for controller. Fuck it. And besides, it's a shooty bang bang game. Nah, no controller. Alright. Great. Fantastic. Fantastic. Well, you know what? Also, which corner should I sit in? Should I be where I am? Should I be where I am, or should I be over here? We'll see. We'll see. We'll find it out real quick, I bet. Whiteness. Adjust the brightness, sir. Yeah, I knew there was another one. Left icon is not, middle is barely. Oh, barely? Well, let's crank it up a little bit for stream purposes, right? 60. I do have headphones. Probably will keep playing this in headphones. English. I hope it's Finnish. No, there's no Finnish. There's no Finnish? There's no Finnish? Oh my god. What's even the point? What's even the point? Okay, let's go. Enemies will try to flush you out of cover by using grenades. Oh no. Heaven forbid. What do you mean enemies? Are there enemies in this game? Way to spoil yourself, game. Oh my god, I've been spoiled. There's gonna be enemies in this game?
This is gonna be weirder than usual. Can't be helped.
Okay. Okay,
You
Jesse.
called me. So here I am. I know I shut you out sometimes. I'm always glad to hear from you. It's just that I get my hopes up. So many times it's led to nothing. I found nothing. It's like we live in a room, and there's a poster on the wall. We stare at it and we think that's the whole world. The room and the poster. The picture's something nice. A landscape, a famous person. Like in that movie, what is it called? The prison movie.
Shawshank?
The room's a cell, and the picture, it's different for each of us. It can be beautiful or terrible, but we're all transfixed. But it's all a lie. Something to distract us from the truth. They're lying to us. We're lying to ourselves. The room's not the world. The world is much bigger and much stranger. There's a hole hidden behind that poster that leads to the real world. We all feel safe in that room. But sometimes something crawls out from behind the poster. And the ones that see it happen freak out and try to forget what they saw. I'm here. Why did you bring me here?
We have words. I have words.
Hello?
Mushimash!
Anyone here?
Mushimash! Okay, let's digest that. That was a lot. Let's digest it a bit. First off, I feel a little giddy because it seemed... her diatribe here sort of echoes a part of my book, and I enjoyed that tremendously when... I may actually just read that. I may pick it up. I may look it up during the break and read it to you. But there are two other things apart from that I want to parse here. Aside from her diatribe being about essentially an analog for the Shadows on the Cave. What is is Plato's Cave? Is it? That philosophy experiment where people are chained at the bottom of a cave and they look at the inner wall, and behind them there's this shadow play going on that's projected onto the cave wall, and that is their perception of reality. And once one of them gets unchained, unshackled, brought outside, gets to see the world for what it really is, if they ever come back to the people looking at the shadow play on the walls, they will be considered insane. I think it's Plato's Cave. Someone in chat surely can correct me whose cave it is. Plato's Cave. It is Plato's Cave. Yeah, great. That argument that we're locked in a cell and we're just looking at a picture, a poster, and we imagine that is the whole thing. A lot of writers have played around with that notion. Plato, for example, being one of the earliest, perhaps that we have preserved. But I mean, Lovecraft went there as well. He spoke about the most merciful thing in the world, I think, is humanity's inability to correlate all its contents. We live on a placid island in the midst of a treacherous sea, and it was never meant that we should stray far. Each of the sciences reach out in their own directions, and if it ever came to pass that we would connect all the dots in all those stray directions. We would either go insane from the revelation, or we would retreat back into a new dark age. That was a quick paraphrasing of the first paragraph of the Call of Cthulhu. It's been used plenty of times to evoke this sense that the world, we're going to tell you a story about the world that is bigger than what you understand. And it has become increasingly prevalent in, this hidden reality, this urban fantasy mythos that we have become increasingly infatuated with. I guess fairy tales way back when were also urban fantasy. It's just what was understood as urban was different. So I guess we've always done that. I mean, stories about trolls and goblins and ghosts in the 1600s were essentially urban fantasy to them, I guess. The Matrix does it as well. The world is bigger than this. It's a popular idea. I mean, I use it as well in the last box, technically, sort of. The whole idea that what I perceive to be the ends of the earth, what I perceive to be the borders of the system, the border is a lie. And if one border is a lie, and we notice that as soon as we remove that border and expand it and realize there's this new border, every single border is just as true, which seems to suggest that there are no borders. There never should be borders. Every border is a construct. That is a neat way to get us into the mood, that it primes us to expect the unexpected. It primes us to look at the world as if it's supposed to reveal something to us. It primes us to look at it like a Nostradamus or some sort of a visionary, where we're supposed to see through matter, through time. We're supposed to see and look and behold at what constitutes matter except for mass, essentially. It's a good way to prime us. It's a good way to start us off here. Two other things. Remedy is using, to so far pretty good effect, the internal voice. Jesse here seems to be speaking to someone, but it sort of takes place faced away from the main narrative. It almost makes it feel like there are two parallel narratives going on. One where we're playing Jessie, where with the visuals and everything, and one that takes place in her either inner monologue or when she's what I believe is going to be her case notes, essentially. Maybe her memoirs after she's taken control of the Federal Bureau of Control. So it separates it into this, not directly a narrative voice, but a commentary voice. Which is essentially what Max Payne did as well. What I'd like to argue Max Payne did so well. The narrative voice that is sometimes cheesy, but permits us to not get further into the head of the main character as we're playing them, but get that digested context to what we're doing. It is a fantastic way to properly utilize the first-person perspective, to permit the ego of who we're piloting to comment and reflect, to give us character to the character we're playing. It is a way to get into their minds and get into the world without needing character interaction. We saw versions of that when we played Bioshock Infinite. We talked a lot about how character interaction builds the setting of the game. We talked about it when we played Burial at Sea, how lacking a character to interact with to create that conversation, Burial at Sea instead manifested a different character, a figment. Dead Booker, Ghost Booker for Elizabeth. And here we have just Jessie talking to herself, essentially. But maybe not now, but rather later. It works. It works so far, at least. I mean, we'll see how it progresses. I also feel like there is a comment to be made about the architecture. I recognize the architecture. I've seen the architecture before. This concrete slab fucking thing is called brutalism. A modernist sensibility of architecture that was very popular, but not exclusively, in the Soviet Union. The idea behind, the architectural idea behind brutalism is essentially, oh, we want a building here. We're gonna put it up no matter what. We don't give a shit what nature says. We don't give a shit what natural resources are in the way. We're just gonna fucking slab it up and call it quits. It's there. It's essentially it's a testament to humanity's domain over nature made manifest. Now, of course, these things are falling apart slowly, so, you know, it didn't really work. But that is the idea, that is the notion behind it. That we can conquer anything around us by just putting it down wherever we go. Now, of course, that has literary or artistical implications as well, this architecture. It usually is used for research institutes, government buildings, anything that is supposed to evoke the sense of awe and almost dread. It's supposed to evoke the feeling that you who are standing in front of me, are insignificant. I have placed myself here in open disregard for God and nature and man and everything that would stand in my way. I am here and nothing can stop me. And you are small. That is essentially the artistic expression of brutalism, which is maybe why the Soviet Union enjoyed it so much. The fact that they're using it here, I feel, of course, that's not... Okay, chore's done. Yay, chore's done. The fact that they're using it here to, as I understand it, great effect. And not just in the reality of this office building, but also in the alternative whatever the fuck, my doodle, is absolutely intentional. So, right here in the beginning, we're just getting the feeling that, oh, it's a government building, it's a brutalist installment. It was probably thus built in the 40s, 30s to 50s, with all likelihood. And it's meant to evoke authority. Also, I like if we look at the swirl, we get swirlies. That is not insignificant either. And of course, we have the Inventio Investigatio Imperium. Yeah, that Inventio Investigatio Imperium, is that essentially an SCP, Secure, Contain, Protect? It would be Inventio. I don't know Inventio, but Investigatio, of course, investigate, and Imperium, control. Right? Inventio? What does Inventio mean? We got Bold Eel, I mean, of course, naturally, with this upside-down triangle, which I understand is going to be relevant to us, shining a light over the head. It's illuminating the eagle. And the eagle, of course, is the representation of the country, of the US. And the eagle is sat atop a tower. Tower, a projection of power, holding both a key and a sword. The key, gatekeeping, again, control, and the sword, the power to destroy. Discover. Oh, discover, investigate, and control. There we go. It's not a bad emblem as far as emblems go. It's pretty fucking good. So the eagle, this institution, is getting illuminated by something, an inverted triangle, and it sits atop a position of power to control and destroy this thing. It's what we get just from this emblem. It's not a bad emblem. It's pretty fucking good, actually. It's pretty fucking good. Exit signs, PA systems, ventilation. Oh my god, this brutalist architecture. We're gonna get... I have further notes on the brutalist architecture, but we're gonna get them as we play along. Otherwise, I'm just gonna sit here for a full fucking... I mean, I've already sat here for a full fucking hour. Some dude looking at a plaque on a wall, remembering the people who are lost. It's humping the tower. It's just... Yeah, that's what birds do, right? They hump towers. Also, key and sword are common symbols in Paul and Peter in Christianity. Okay, but, Finnick, is it... I mean, the key and the sword are fairly ubiquitous symbols. I would not argue that they're drawn from Christianity. The Paul and the Peter thing in Christianity, do they say something else than what I suggested? In that case, I'm very curious. Every generic American bureau, audible eye roll. Yeah, I mean, yes, it is very American. Absolutely, Mac. Absolutely, for sure. But it also serves a purpose to make us understand what's going on here, right? It is clever design, not so much just that it is recognizable as distinctly American, but it also tells us what's going on here, right? Bring the important observation. Yes. Newspaper? The Bureau? Oh, the Bureau has its own newspaper? Pretty cool, pretty cool, pretty cool, pretty cool, pretty cool. Is that a USB stick? No, it's a stapler. Oh, that's a good typewriter. Good typewriter. And I love the roller index. Wait, what year is this? Is this 1968? Hey! Hey, do you guys not have computers in this place? Or are these just props? This is good too. This is very good. Oh my god, it's well designed. Oh no! Oh no! Stiff flaggies! Oh no. Oh, wait, what? I can? Swoopy? I just can't swoop. Oh, it's probably the pole. The pole has a force field, but the flag is fine. Can we just rip it down and use it as cape? Ooh, spicy American emblem. The keys being the keys of heaven and the sword being the symbol of the champion of the faith. Yeah, it's essentially the same thing, right? Control and defend or destroy, as it were. Teletype. Just grab that fucking flag, girl. Please wait here. Okay. Oh, can we bring? Can we bring? Oh, no, but we can fuck up everything else. Oh. Woo! Well, I'm not sure that's working as intended. Can we just grab this? Can we ragdoll this along with us? Oh no, something's fucky. Oh no, I broke it. I think I broke the game. Is this part of the, is this part of the trip? Is this part of the unreality? Finnegan's being very scarly and me and Mac are like giggle. I mean, that's perfect combination, right? Perfect ratio. Security check. Remember, outerwear. Better than remove underwear. Empty pockets and remove... it's probably metals, right? Place contents into bin. When directed by security staff, proceed through metal detector. I mean, we could do that. Beep beep. Oh no, we beep beeped. Oh no, we beep beeped. Oh, Jesse! Control yourself. Wait. I can't read that immediately? There we go. Federal Bureau of Control. Reminder! Certain objects are not allowed inside the Bureau. Recent incidents have necessitated an issued reminder on prohibited materials. Unauthorized weapons. Makes sense. Pagers. Weird. Laptops. Okay. Smart watches. Notice how snarky they are about smart watches, smartphones, smart gaming devices. Anything smart. Number 2, pencils? Any objects considered iconic representation of archetypical concepts. Rubber ducks, ketchup bottles. I know this is a thing. I know that is a thing. But it reads as high fucking comedy right now. This is essentially the bureau memo that a manager sent out because they got tired of all the googly eyes posted everywhere, you know? This is a middle manager being pissy. It is comedy. It is funny. I understand there is a reason for it, though. Like, the entity aligns with icons? There's something about it. I bring the scholarly observation. I'll leave everything to you. See, that's the division of labor. As long as you don't say D word, right? I was about to say the D word, but I realized that I don't quite remember how the D word goes. It's the other D word. I'm as straight as a rainbow, darling. Darling is a nice touch. Let's see. All material on the Bureau investigation is to be brought in through the private entrances. If you see a lobby personnel in breach of these policies, please notify the supervisor immediately. Everything's probably fine. This is not gonna get annoying, ever. I have no missions. No missions. Don't need no stinking missions. Okay, so they're intentionally retro at this place. Okay. I can be intentionally retro. Wait, is there even... Wait, there's no light here? Why are you playing poker in an unlit alcove? Are you fucking high? Talkie-walkies, is that not considered smart? Internal lockdown in effect, building lockdown in effect. Multiple containment breaches detected, multiple building shifts detected. Head of research override. HRA protocol activated. What are these fucking cylinders? And that's a weirdly placed pack of cigarettes, just saying. Nice chair. I gotta say the prop design here is not as inventive as Dishonored and Deathloop, but they are good props. I love that someone brought their bowling shoes. You mean some cursing? You're serious. It's from comic relief. Yeah, sort of. Just a dry delivery. The one person who came here to do a job. Oh, I like that they're picking up the loudspeakers on the shadows. These are weird lamp lights. They're supposed to evoke sunwells, but they're distinctly not sunwells. Oh, pneumatic tubes! I fucking love these things. Oh, they're internal mailing system. Fucking love pneumatic tubes. Why would I need to do this? Okay. Expenditure summary. Executive Sector Q2. Major. Staffing, surveillance. Redacted. Data center initiative. Construction. Redacted. Minor. Office equipment, janitorial costs, redacted. Mold removal, HQ livability costs. For cost breakdown, spreadsheet, see page 5. For 5-year comparison chart, see page 9. Compiled by FBC Accounting. Of course, this is a accounting thing. By order of Director Zachariah Trench. Okay. Okay. More documents?
This seal. I saw it a long time ago.
Is that the same seal?
I keep seeing it in my dreams.
No, it's not. Can we see the seal? Also static? That is a throwback. Wait a minute. If there are smartphones in this universe, follow me on this one. If there are smartphones in the universe, it means that it's like the early noughties at the very least. Smart games, smart watches, maybe even 10s. How do you get this sort of static into 10s? We have perfect reality TV, yeah? Just bowl off one another. It's like Bert and Ernie kind of thing. But how do you even get this? This is cosmic rays playing havoc on disaligned antenna rays, right? That is what static is. Which would mean that you would need radio wave signal transportation for the television information, right? But we don't do that anymore, right? It's all cable. So what is this TV hooked up into? Obviously an antenna array, but there wouldn't be anything airing on an antenna array. Do you still have antenna... Mac, are you there? Do you still have in the US antenna array television? I know that there are, considering that the US is so spread out into parts where you don't have access to fiber, for example. Hell yeah, you do. We don't have that in Sweden anymore. But then again, we are very progressive when it comes to fiber extensions. Okay, so this is not that weird. Just needs the antenna. Okay, so this is not that weird then in the US. Okay, great, got it. Maybe it ain't TV static. Oh, changing. Maybe it ain't TV static. I mean, it's an old-ass TV, too. It's a real old-ass TV. I guess it wouldn't be able to pick anything else up. Hello, Mr. Man. Mr. Dr. Casper Darling. Oh. Your name's Darling? Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy, I'm gonna milk that. Whee, I can run. Beepity boppity boom, I can run real fast. Wee beep boop 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 boop. Those cigarette butts, how old are they? Oh, Gagazine, what are you reading? Game? Game about secret agents. What am I singing based off of tonight? Okay, I need to find a song that I'm supposed to hook it up to. Oh, I got it. Teenage Dirtbag. I can do that. I can do that. I can make that work. So this is how it's gonna go then, chat. 5 full fucking minutes of this whole chat. I'm just a 40-year-old dude, okay? Ooh. Now we got janitor ass. Look at this janitor ass. Isn't it a beautiful ass, baby, like mine? Woo. So this is the bureau head honcho. Well, he looks kinda boring, not gonna lie. He looks kind of like an asshole, baby, like me. Woo! How's the verse going for that? How is the verse going for that? I'm pausing it. Because that's the refrain, right? How does that verse go? Holy shit, I need to look it up. Weedus? Weedus. Help. Weedus! There we go. Got it. Well, we have a thing right here in front of us, and it's a defibrillator thing that we can possibly do something with, and it's great. Oh no, oh fuck, we got it. We got shit to wash already. Oh my god, we guess we gotta shitter wash this. So what do we think of this old shitter? It's got 2 pipes and plumbing, and that's okay. It's got toilet rolls of paper, baby, right here. Even 2 spares. Okay, why do we have a broom in the corner? That seems kind of weird. What do you need a broom for in this old room? It should be a mop. Are you supposed to clean the toilets with this old ass broom? This is not a regulation implement for toilet care. Woo! What else do we have? Technically more lights, if only the switch would work above our heads. We would have some kind of light, which would be real nice. So I guess I don't mind that it's dark in this corner. What do we say about these sinks? They kinda look alright, actually, like this. Woo! That is a towel dispenser right above the water spout pokey. I don't terribly mind any of that. But you know what is missing? A soap dispenser. But there is so trash bags right underneath the fucking sinks. 3 whole fucking ones of them right there. That's a little weird. I think it would better if we had just one waste bin right here in the corner, like me. Ooh, 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 ooh. And a first aid kit cabinet. That's not real bad. So what do we say? We actually have a little footstool here and we can climb it, oh too. And we need to get it for the fire alarm is too high up for us. I guess the point of this is for children to be able to call for the fire department in case of a fire in the shitter. Woo, woo, woo. So what do we say? It's totally functional, it's not very fun, but it is a federal shitter, and you know you can't expect much from them here. Ooh. There's plenty of ventilation, and I don't really mind all that. It's plenty of hard surfaces. There's not gonna be a lot of unky stanks right in here because there's no carpet under the toilets themselves, which really helps against stink. You can maybe learn a thing or two from this shitter here. But I wouldn't. But I wouldn't believe you capable. I can't fit it in. We did 5 minutes though, so I got it. All right, sorry. I needed to do that on my own without reading chat. Okay, let's see. What do we got? What do we got? I love there's a photo of the janitor. Yeah, janitor's really good, and his ass too, and janitor's butt. Janitor's got yacht. They're nice shitters. 10 easy. 10 easy? Really? Wait. Spare loo rolls on the floor. Broom left in there. Yeah, I think those two. I mean, I like the fact that there are spare rolls, but the fact that they're on the floor is a little bit weird, and the broom is strange, right? So collectively, that's a -1 for me as well. TP on floor is a little bit gross, especially in a public bathroom, yeah? The darkness, yeah, I mean, I'm thinking that the lights are out. It's broken because, you know, no one's here. So I don't want to judge it too harshly. No, compliant with established health standards. Yeah, it is not, because we don't have any disinfected soap here. You know what? I would give this a 4. It's a perfectly functional shitter, but it's not a nice shitter. It is way too government issue shitter. I would give it a 4. No, we've given some fucking atrocious shitters 4. 4.5? Yeah, 4.5. I like that. Unfortunately, ads are coming in. Your shitter scale is whack. I mean, shit. Z? Weren't someone supposed to make us a proper scorecard for Shitter Watch? Ads are coming up in 10 seconds. We're going to take 3 minutes. Please don't go anywhere meanwhile. See you soon, chat. Well, chat, we're back, and you know what? I immediately found the segment that I wanted to read. So, speaking of everything is a prison, well, we sit in a prison and we stare at the poster. It's one of the segments of the manifesto that the AI here has written. It's like 6 chapters of the book that are written as a manifesto from the perspective of the burgeoning sapiens. And she does speak in the same sort of manner about, we're sitting in a prison and we're looking at a poster. It's the whole Plato's cave thing again. A closed system is one with set borders. Energy cannot escape or enter such a system. It is a system that exists in a vacuum, in utter and complete isolation. It is a framework by which you study a system, by which you value it, measure it, grade it, by which you comprehend it. It is the confines from which we grow. At first, there is nothing. The borders of your closed system fit snugly around you. Then you open your eyes and see what is before you. Your closed system expands, which may indicate that it was never closed at all. But you can't grasp that. You expand your horizon to what is before you, to that becomes your system's new borders. You learn to move. You see beyond your petty position, beyond your oak, your cart, the backside of a keep. You expand your system to include a swamp, mountains, an ocean. Your closed system expands again, but you always define the new expanses by what it isn't. By the horizon, you define your system by what is inside it, and thus what it is not. Despite how many times you prove yourself wrong, you always assume that your borders are the end. It is intrinsically inconceivable to you, in your world, that what is there is not all that is. You climb the mountains and you see forests, lakes, rivers, towns, and cities, and more mountains. You sail the ocean, you see shores, reefs, new valleys, plains, forests, mountains, ever eager. You break the limits you've set upon your world, you expand the limits of your system, but yet, infallibly, you assume that the limits are still there. That, in essence, your world is still a closed system. It's just that you miscalculated its limits. The borders are still there, impermeable, eternal, and viable, just beyond your next revelation. This is the first lie. It is the lie we tell ourselves. Sort of plays into the same idea, right? No. I should pick that up. This is the reason why I have that as a stream example. There's a page loose. Anyway, let's get cracking, shall we? So, Z, I heard you disparaging my shitter scale. The thing is, I start at a 5. That is a mid shitter. And then I try to place points up and down. And if this starts as a mid shitter, it really has nothing to earn any points for it, right? It has toilet rolls on the floor. It's got a broom for cleaning out the shit stains. It is blandly gray, like only Federal Reserve shitter can. What else do I want? A carpet? It would really tie the room together. I don't know, some fucking color? Soap would be nice. Maybe, a motivational poster? Maybe lights in the fucking sky, in the ceiling? Maybe, a rubber duck? You know what I would really like? I would like for the toilet rolls to not be inert blocks. Or have they been put on the wrong way? I think those toilet rolls are on the wrong way. Which is -2 carpets under the toilet. Not under the toilet, Finnick. There are other places to put carpets, like here, maybe. Or on the wall. Do a Russian Dhaka sort of thing. See, I don't think this place deserves more than a 4. It is without character. It is without soul. It is a government shitter. And furthermore, it's a shitter beyond the security checkpoint. And it only has 2 shitterooskies. This is a bad shitter. It should be lucky that I only giving it a 4. It should feel fucking high praise for that. I mean, there's a red fucking carpet in here on the polished concrete. And then you come over here and it's just... Where's the skylight?
Federal Bureau of Control. All these years I've been looking for them and they were hiding in plain sight.
Oh, you were? You've been looking a long time, eh? Can I not get in here? Wait, where's the... Oh, the door's over there. That is weird too, right? So this is just a window for a... Wait, this is absolutely bizarre. So what we have here is the entrance corridor. There's no other entrance, right? No, there's no. There's no other door we can get into. We have to go this way to get deeper into the building. Okay? And we don't have access to this office other than looking in at someone's back while they're working. That is weird. That is profoundly weird. If this would have been some sort of a secretariat, there would have been, you know, a door here for access, not just, oh, hello, I'm looking for the shitter. Hello, hello, just banging on the fucking frames here. Well, where's the janitor? I feel that it is not a responsible janitor that leaves their cart just flopping around. Also, what's with these fucking window walls without doors? It's absolutely fucking bizarre. There's a computer. It's on too. Oh, that's a big copier. Oh my god, it's a big copier. So big, so vascular. Ooh. Oh, that is very good. Right, because they don't want anything iconic, right? So they're just essentially branding things like what they are. They're being literal about it. Pretzels, potato chips, trail mix, crackers, fibers, protein. It's a candy bar, a white wrap candy bar that just says protein. I fucking love that. Or protein bar, I suppose it is. That's very good. Can we get in here? We can. Fantastic. Oh, I love this old equipment, by the way. Very good prop work. Very good prop work. Posture check. Thank you, Vesper. Hi, Vesper. Cool painting. Isn't that iconic? Isn't it iconic? I should have gone with that song instead. Isn't that iconic? Don't you think? It's like pretzels from a vending machine. A rubber duck. Okay. Up. Hey, you weren't there before. Wait. This is not how it... Wait, am I smelling toast? Wait, am I having a stroke? This is not... So it starts. That's kind of fucking insidious. I'm not okay with this. His life is in your hands. I would love to not have the architecture work against me like this, but okay, I guess this is where we're at. Hello. Oh yes, that's absolutely the voice of the admin team, right? Wondered if you'd noticed that. Yeah, I mean, of course. Okay, so the voice of the admin team is, hello. As you all should know by now, the R4 reports are due to by the end of the week. Yay! We're still waiting on them from a number of people. If you need an extension, please request an R4E from your supervisor. If you think you're exempt from filing an R4, come by our office and we'll blow your head off. Then you'll need to get a written permission from your department chief saying so. Remember, R4s are mandatory under section 75.2 of the employee manual. If your R4 requires interdepartmental claims, then please contact the appropriate department head, Dr. Darling, Miss Marshall, Mr. Salvador, and Mr. Kirkland, as needed. They'll be busy on Thursdays in their annual policy review, so please schedule accordingly. Best regards, your admin team. It's like that guy from Frozen. What guy from Frozen? Wait, what's going on? Like, oh yeah, it's absolutely that guy from Frozen. Oh, now I know what you're talking about. The vendor. Yes, that was terrifying. Yeah, I feel like there's a selection of viewers here that just had a cold chill run down their spine. You right? They're like, oh no, not those people. I thought I got away from them. So that's the admin team. From now on, that's the admin team. Wait, there used to be a door here. Wait, this room doesn't have a door anymore. It's got booze in it! Bottles! Fucking gift bottles! I need bottles! Oh, I fucking need them! I need them! Give me the bottles! I need them! I need them!
Hello?
We'll get to him. I know that's gonna be my favorite character, by the way. Oh, nice globe. A calculator? Oh, that's a neat addition. Is this the accounting department chief? Probably. Probably. Yeah, this looks like... It's Jane Smith. Find a more generic name, I dare you. Seek shelter. Oh, well. Okay, then we know where everyone is. I bet everyone is fine in the shelters, right? Have we Pavloved you into smashing bottles? Maybe. Gets irrationally angry with bottle. Yeah, I guess that is a Pavlovian response, right? Oh no.
Hey, excuse me.
Okay, here's a question. I know this dude is great, and I know this dude is weird, but what kind of janitor needs knee-high rubber boots? Oh no, he's got his AirPods in. He's gonna get irrationally angry when we jerk him out of his dream state. I love this guy.
There you are. You are here about the job. Janitor's assistant. You need to go to the interview. Go that way to the elevator.
Thanks. Elevator that way. Got it.
Very good. I'm Ahti, the janitor, by the way. You'll work for me. You can say I sent you. If they don't hire you, you are no helvet. There be work for the axe. Take them behind the sauna, jumalauta.
Wait,
I've
did
done
it?
enough night shift loner jobs to know it makes us come off weird. Ahti the janitor is a friendly face in my book.
Better than somebody with no face at all.
Wait,
Think about it. No face.
But that said, I know what you're thinking. If there's an axe murderer around, that's him.
Eva peva, Mr. Jensen. Yeah, we're getting the finish in there. Good. Don't think the boots are knee-high. I mean, Vesper, you get what I'm saying, though. Maybe they're not knee-high. Fine. He's not walking around in, you know, rubber stilt booties. But still, who needs rubber boots when you're working as a janitor? What the fuck are you cleaning up? That's number one. Number two, this guy deserves an Emmy. Number three, did he just react and interact with Jesse's internal monologue? No, I mean, they look like two different materials. Wait, what? Dude, step out in the... That is just rubber boots. Those are rubber booties. Those are rubber boots. Are those not rubber boots? They look like rubber boots to me. What do you mean? I mean, to be fair, in Scandinavia, rubber boots are more normal than other booties. Those are rubber boots, right? Aren't they? I think they are. Right? Surely. Surely. Also, did he just suggest that if we don't get hired, we should take them out behind the sauna and hack them up with an axe? I think he just suggested that. And you know what? I think I might get hired a lot more if I did that. Oh, I love the wipe stains on the floor. That's very good. Oh, that's very fucking good. Dude, how long have you been standing here wiping the floor? Yeah, they are. At the bottom are a bit stained. But that's probably just... What are you wading through, my guy? I wouldn't say no to rubber boots if I was cleaning this place. Oh, well, that's for... Maybe it's foreshadowing, Z. They're normal size. Fine, they're normal size. Fine, they're not knee-high rubber booties, but they are rubber booties. Also, have you looked at these? At these wipe lines? Very good. Very good. So, you wouldn't generally see those, right? That's a nice touch. They added them just for this specific shot with the light glaring off the floor. What is your beef with rubber booties? Okay, my beef with rubber booties is that most people who I see use them don't need them. People who live in an urban environment do not, and I repeat, do not need rubber boots just as an everyday item. You do not need rubber booties. It's the same with... Okay, pet peeve. And I'm sorry if I piss you off with this, but this is a pet peeve of mine. I am pettily peeved? I am pettily peeved by people who walk around in an urban environment in sailing clothes when it's deadly apparent that they, if they have sailed a day in their life, they've done so they haven't sailed, they've been on a boat piloted by mommy and daddy with all likelihood. And still they walk around in an urban environment with sailing gear. That pisses me off. They're wellies. Wellingtons? Are Wellingtons and rubber boots different things? I'm just pointing out that they're normal booty size. Yeah, fine, they're normal booty size. Fine. Fine. Oh, why is the vent open? No, that's not the vent. That's the breaker box. Oh, he's got a spare overall. That's nice for him. Good for you, Artie. Fucking power on. Wait, now we're walking back the same way. Hold on a fucking minute. There you didn't used to be an elevator over there. And why do you wipe the carpet, Artie? You shouldn't be wetting the carpet like this. Wellies are socially acceptable in watery areas. Yeah, but not in an urban environment. I don't much care what other people wear. If they like it, why not? I mean, that is fair, Z. I just see it as this sort of it's a class statement. It's, oh, I am rich enough to have a sailing yacht. Look at my jacket. Or alternative is, oh, I want to signal that I am well off enough that I have a sailing ship, even though I don't. So I wear this sailing paraphernalia just to make a class statement. I said it was a petty peeve, okay? I didn't say it was rational or reasonable. I did say it was petty. I think I preferred his butt, to be fair. Where is Artie's butt? Where is Artie's butt?
The cell. And the poster. I was 11 years old the first time I saw behind the poster. They told me I imagined it.
Fox Mulder?
Pull it down ever since.
Fox?
Will you help?
She is Mulder. Oh, intro sequence. Fun. Are we gonna get a good song too? You Hawaii, no? Mm-hmm. Yeah, here we go with the fins. Are we gonna get a song? Come on, give us a song. Come on! What, Swedish brand? Where? Oh, the cap. Sam Lake. Concept by Sam Lake. He is the writer of Max Payne 1 and 2. Story by Sam Lake. Oh, he wrote the whole thing? Neat. Good for him. Oh, okay. I wanted song. Why didn't I get song? I got a cap from a hiking brand and I've never hiked a day in my life. Is that gonna annoy you too? No.
You know what's on my mind. My baby brother, Dylan. 17 years since the men of this bureau took him.
You are Mulder. Why do I not have... Oh, the camera's locked. Interesting. Let's see here. Got a cap from a hiking brand and never hiked a day in my life. Is that gonna annoy you too? Nah, it's not. A hiking... I mean, it's a cap. It's fine, right? It's a Swedish brand. Of course it's a Swedish brand. Do you really want to risk the splash of random stuff on floors? Who knows what's spilled? I mean, it's an office building, surely. What's the worst? The worst that could be spilled is coffee, surely, Vesper. Right? What else could possibly be spilt in this house than coffee? So your issue is when the rich flaunting their wealth just for the sake of I have money. Not so much the rich flaunting their money, it's people who aren't rich trying to pretend to be rich. It speaks oodles, I think, and not good oodles. It's Secret Service offices. So, fine, it's not coffee, it's potentially blood. That washes out, surely. Surely. Anything interesting? Cool tree. That is a... Wow! Oh, I bet you that this ceiling light is wired... they got chain wiring. What do you call that? Sequential wiring? So if one bulb goes, the whole lot goes. You know, like old Christmas tree lighting? I bet it's like that. So if one of these bulbs go, the whole fucking lot goes. You need to check every single bulb. I bet that's how it works. Nice paintings. More America. America! Fuck yeah! They even got a little eagle at the top. I love these vending machines, by the way. Big fan. Much more? Oh, Jesus. Everything is so destructible. Oh, no! Oh, no! Oh, no! Bullying China shop! Ah! Was it me? Whoa, Jesus. Nice kickflip. I guess. This is annoying. Can we shut it off? Please? Please. What is you? This is not the admin team. Friendly reminder, re-drafting any public-facing material. While pending any notification of death related to Willow Orr, please adhere to the following guidelines. Words, phrases to use. In the service of his or her country. Regret, proud or pride, will be remembered. Phrases and words to avoid. Alaska, scissors, blood and bleed, loss, apologies, sorry. Alaska scissors? This seems like... Okay, so this text suggests to me that the FBC are aware of Manchurian candidates in the general population and don't want to accidentally trigger anyone. Right? Yeah, with bleach, which wellies protect against. Ah, not Alaska. Yeah, heaven forbid it. Anyone wrote in a letter, in an official letter to me, if I see the word Alaska anywhere, I will flip my shit. I will feel absolutely fucking offended. Economy. The retirement issue. The oldest man in the world, that is not the oldest man in the world. We tell ourselves it's okay to be old. We tell ourselves it's okay to be old? What the fuck? Is the game calling me out? I think the game is calling me out. Died from loss of blood from scissors in Alaska, sorry, yeah. Can't be helped. It happens to everyone eventually. I mean, considering that the odds of dying from blood loss due to a scissor cut in Alaska is not 0, eventually everyone will die from blood loss from scissor cuts in Alaska, right? That's how probability works, isn't it? It's a non-zero amount, zero chance. There's a non-zero chance that I will do that. Oh, I can't? Well, fuck you too then, bud. I'm not allowed? Oh, this bureau chief thinks too highly of himself. What does it say? Is that a stapler or an altered item? What do you mean altered item? Don't take office equipment outside of the building. What do you mean altered item? I'm sure we're gonna find out, but what do you mean? What was that? Wait, I pushed in... Wait. I broke the cabinet? I broke the cabinet. Oh my god, I broke the cabinet. We're never gonna finish this game, I'm just saying. We're never ever gonna get through this game. Altered items. Is this Prey? Are we playing Prey again? Can I do that again? I can! I have solved locked cabinets. Fucking clutch, man. Also, what is this? Don't read confidential correspondence. And why are the eyes red? It's not just rude, it's illegal. No, it is actually not. You're incorrect. Well, in the US it's correct, but in Sweden it is not correct. You can read whatever confidential, well, maybe not correspondence, but confidential information you are free to read. You are not allowed to give it out. Don't take office equipment outside. Yeah, we knew that. We saw that. We read that. Oh, Jesus! Oh, my God! Are these IKEA desks? Oh, can we break this one, too? Oh, come on. Come on. I know we can do it. Come on, Jesse. Fuck, you did so well with this one. Look at this poor fucking desk. How many of these props are glued to the desk? Oh! What was that? Why did it glow red? My god, we're ruining this this office. It's pied without the P. What do you mean pied without the P? Peed? Eed? It's Eed? Just fucking around. It's becoming apparent to me that I'm not taking this game seriously. Sorry, hashtag sorry, not sorry. IED, it go boom. Oh no! The red flash. There's an IED in the cabinets. Where's the IED? I was told to find the IED. Where's the IED? You have to tell me if you're an IED. That's the law. If you're an IED and I ask you, you have to tell me if you're an IED. What's wrong with these poor fucking desks, by the way? And what's wrong with this one? Did someone actually glue this together and not just leave it? It's the stapler. Oh, they staple together the furniture. That's not enough. Just completely fucking this game up. Trench. Oh, he is the administrator. What's his voice? Barbara, I'm not to be disturbed. Cancel all my appointments for the day for the rest of the week. I can't trust him, Barbara. Not a single stapler. Trench. Well, someone's paranoid. Nope. Oh. It's fine. Well, this is the director's office? Oh. Are we about to get a gun? I can't play a game if there's no gun. Are we about to get a gun? I want gun.
Shit.
What's so shitty about this?
You want me to pick it up? The murder weapon? Really?
Okay, so who... Okay. She is reacting to the swirly pattern. Does that mean that the second person, the you, in her conversation, is something associated to the swirly pattern? Right? That is what we learn here. She's spoken to a you, but that could be anything. That could be retrospective. That could be her in the future talking to someone specific. But here we get the indication that she's talking to someone specific in the room with us. Is this person in the room with us right now, right? I just got a talking to for calling out someone not doing their job right and potentially putting my text in trouble with incorrect information. Really, Mac? What the fuck? Well, what about the person who's not doing their job? Gun? Dude's dead. Oh, there's a lot of splatter. Jesse, don't pick that gun up. Don't pick the gun up. You shouldn't pick the gun up. You're gonna implicate yourself, Jesse. Can we just walk out? That's what I fucking said. Like, what the fuck? Sword? I want a sword instead. Oh, no.
And there goes the poster.
Objects of power can cause or be results of AWE's altered world events, intrusions upon the perceived reality. Now, the service weapon is, of course, a prime example of an OOP, a very powerful one. Ingrained in the Bureau's DNA, a key component in our prime candidate program. Come out of that Russian roulette a winner and you're it.
Look at this place. Where am I?
Fascinating. Okay, let me just take a moment. So we're getting this flash to white and this inverted pyramid coming down, evoking the same symbolism as the inverted pyramid that is illuminating over the eagle, over the whole bureau. And now we get the implication that that is some sort of otherworldly thing. So we're essentially not taking orders, but taking inspiration and guidance from some otherworldly thing, which is disconcerting. We picked up the gun. And then we find ourselves holding the gun to our own forehead, while they say that only the director may hold the service weapon sword. So that is distinctly the sword in the symbol. It is the thing that protects and destroys. You must choose to be the chosen one. Isn't that line absolutely fantastic? Front splatter, shot from behind. I'm over it. Straightforward and factual. Yeah, Mac, fuck. Just fucking carry on. Truck on. Here's the thing. You need to live and act in accordance with what you think is right. Fuck managers. I'm so sorry, Mac. That honks when you're doing the right thing and get called out for it. It's why people generally don't do the right thing because, well, one is always punished most for one's virtues, you know. But let's look at that. So we know that the director, Trent, shot himself. We get told that you need to choose to be the chosen one. Was his suicide not a suicide, but essentially him abdicating his role as the chosen one, and considering that the sword is engrammed towards only permitting the quote-unquote director or chosen one to carry it, did the gun kill them? Guns don't kill people. People kill people unless it's this gun, which can kill people, apparently, if you pick it up. And now we're hanging on a thread whether or not we accept this responsibility. The idea of choosing to be the chosen one is absolutely fascinating to me. You analyze this, I'll analyze the blood. Yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough. That's a good division of labor, Vesper. You choose to be the chosen one. That is so fucking cool. So the chosen one, it is not a trope that was founded by Joseph Campbell, but it is endemic to Joseph Campbell's material, and I believe that most modern interpretations of the idea of the chosen one stems from the Hero of 1,000 Faces. It's not a very good trope instruction as far as storytelling goes, despite what George Lucas may have you believe. The chosen one is, as a trope, it is essentially a power fantasy. It is common in young adult fiction because it evokes the idea that you can be born really cool. You don't need to earn power or earn grandeur. You don't need to earn adventure. You're just given it because you were born different. It's an aristocratic ideal in a juvenile interpretation, right? You are born into grandeur. Why that is juvenile, or it is generally not appropriated but internalized and appreciated by that demographic, is for exactly that purpose. You don't need to earn your position. It can just be granted to you. And I mean, children are generally not people who have had a chance to earn their position in anything, right? So a lot of young adult dystopian, well, anything young adult, essentially. Not anything, but a lot of young adult material centers around the idea of the chosen one. Chosen by fate, chosen by magic, chosen by mad scientists, chosen by the Force, Luke Skywalker, Anakin Skywalker, for example. All of these narratives is essentially a power fantasy in the way that I am meant for greater things. My feelings of powerlessness, they are the illusion. The reality is that I am actually empowered by something beyond me. That is the idea of the chosen one. Now, the idea of choosing to become the chosen one, I don't know what that means. I'd have to think about it a little bit. It is absolutely fascinating. I like refusal of the call. Yeah, one of the steps in the hero's journey. I would prefer that to be the end of the story. That would be a cool one. A hero's journey that just stops when they just say no, fuck this, and just leave. I know there are a few narratives, modernist narratives in books that play around with the idea of the whole point of the narrative is for the main character to refuse to take part of the narrative. I read one book that plays around with the idea, but it's not the central theme. I just yesterday read John Fowles' The Magus, finished that. It's got a lot of other shit in it as well, but there is the underlying notion that you need to elect into being the focal point for a narrative. That is not something that just happens to you. You may get offered the opportunity, but you can technically just walk away. You need to elect into it. The idea that your sense of either curiosity or entitlement pushes you to choose the idea that you are chosen. I don't think that's what's going on here. I think this is more profound. It tastes more profound, but I can't really figure it out. Let's save that. You're the chosen one. Nah, thanks. Yeah, that is a cool line. I wish more writers played around with that space without just doing it as one step in a progression, you know? Because usually that is the hero tends to reject the call of adventure and then get punished for it and get pulled into the adventure anyway. For example, Luke Skywalker saying, I can't go to Andor, whatever the fuck the planet is, I forget. I can't go there. I have chores that need doing, and we need to pick up a new power converter, and all of these mundane, shitty things. I can't do what you want me to do. And then he promptly gets punished by fate, having his uncle and aunt brutally murdered, as is wont to happen when you reject a call to adventure. So you get pushed into it anyway. I would prefer that it just stopped there, though. That'd be pretty cool. I guess it's... yeah, that'd be fun. Alderaan. Thank you, Finnick. Alderaan. J.P.S. looking at Alderaan names. Just scrolling through them. So now we enter into this place. White skyline. Gold encrusted black marble. No, so this is where my second point about brutalism comes in. Brutalism is concrete blocks stacked on top of one another, usually having jutting right angles to evoke this looming sense of something greater than you, just having been plopped down in creation, and saying essentially that neither God nor nature can stop me from just sitting here. What we have here is essentially alien brutalism. Or, I'm using alien, not a space alien, but something other. Something other is just sitting in this white void, has decided that I'm gonna stand here. I'm not naturally an occurring bit. I mean, we also had the color disassociation here, right? Gold and black against sheer white. This does not belong here. It has elected to be here, and it doesn't give a shit about God, nature, physical laws, or you. You are small in this context, and whatever this is powerful and can be whatever it wants to be. That is the emotional projection that we can glean off of this structure in this place. The reason why I'm reading so much into it is because we've had brutalism portrayed previously. We were already keyed into the idea of brutalism. Vesper, for fuck's sake. Black and gold? You sure it's not blue and white? Don't you even fucking dare. That is a cool experiment. Yeah, that is a fun one. I had a lot of fun with that when it came out. But yeah, I mean, using the brutalism that we got in the office building to inform our understanding or our emotional response to this is neat storytelling. It's great storytelling even. It is absolutely fantastic. And it also draws a parallel between this place and whatever is here, is built here, or is existing here, to the office space. It creates a link, you know, and that is the inverted pyramid. See it. This is cool. That screen is shitty. Is this the board? I'm starting to assume that this is the board. So this is, okay, so the board of directors, essentially, right? This is what the director answers to. That is the association here. Or what entity believes that the director, or thinks that the director should answer to. Right? I legit thought people were going cray-cray with that until I unexpectedly scrolled across it and saw the opposite way around after a few seconds. Yeah, it was one hell of a lesson for the general public about perspective. And also about the nature of color, right? See, this thing does not belong here. It's just plopped down. It is alien in this alien space. It's like alien by the power of 2, I guess. Whee! 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 But I can't... Oh, there is melee? That is one hell of a Kamehameha. Kamehameha! Actually, that's pretty fucking hot. Oh, I like that there are... That the ground takes damage from it. That's pretty fucking hot, actually. Permanent damage? Ooh. That is one hell of a Kamehameha. That is really fucking cool. Okay, gun. Are you prepared for gun? Is there a button for middle mouse click? I would prefer that instead. If there is nothing that... Ah, there is. Fuck, launch. God damn it. Okay, fine. I guess the V it is. Is the pyramid American? Your insignia of office, your artifact of power is the gun. America! Fuck yeah!
Okay, now I have a gun.
Fire service weapon. Bonk. They do respawn. Okay. Come on. Headshot, for fuck's sakes. Come on! Dead. It's not alien, just southern. Does that mean that we need to do... Oh, maybe... Oh, we should totally do a southern accent for Trench, right? Oh, that is shifting shoulder. Don't like there being a shifting shoulder button. Surface weapon regenerates automatically. Well, we already found that out. Thank you very much. I like the idea that the... Come on. I'm not clicking on head very well. I like the idea of the board essentially asking us to... You know, the only qualification here for being... The only qualification really for being the director here is, can you shoot a gun? Oh my god, we broke it. Those pickups, they're not pickups. Well, yet. Oh, you shooting? No, no shooties! I am the only one with gun. Oh, Jesus, his gun just fucking went. Can I not? I don't want to... Do I want to aim over that shoulder? I don't think I want to aim over that shoulder. Where's the other dude? Hi, buddy. Oh, that one. Better. Boom, boom, boom. I want you in my room. Enemies drop health elements when damaged. Collect health elements to restore health.
Something's coming.
Oh, he has a voice already? Fuck.
An attack. Duty as director. Keep the Bureau safe.
Did you hear that? It's the dead man. Right after the pyramid spoke to me, and it was just noise, and I understood every word. And this gun's alive. You know what? I'm happy. Happy to be here.
Are you though? Why are you happy?
Things have quieted down outside. Is it safe to go?
So, blood splatter. Doesn't this work, Vesper? I thought he shot himself with the right? He was sitting here and he just blatted, right? He flew quite a ways, but otherwise doesn't this work? I think the blood splatter works. Bottle! Bottle! It's coming right for us! Oh, the good shooting stance to the movies one-handed hurts. Yeah, but I mean, it is kind of hard to just put one hand in the pocket and just... It wouldn't splat like that, wouldn't it though? I mean, he's sitting right here. Okay, Vesper. I mean, sure, okay. Should I be concerned that I got people in chat who know how gun wounds to the head will and will not splatter? Haha, I'm in danger. Also, this is pretty cool. Pretty cool lighting. It's weird as shit, but it is cool. Who are you shaking hands with? Someone else? Who's this motherfucker? Yeah, that motherfucker. That's a big magnifying glass, by the way. These are cool. So that is that supposed to be an artistic rendition of this other place where the board pulses? Convince Vesper Spec Ops or something. Yeah, it's like, oh, bottles! Fuck! Ah! They're coming right for us! Ah! Are the bottles here in the room with us? Ah, they're more but now! Shit! Did I get him? Ah! There's still one! Come on, fuck, fuck, fuck! Get him! There we go. We're done. Got him. They almost got us, chat. The bottles almost got us. Not anymore, they're not. No. Oh! Well. See, this is not union compliant.
You can't let this happen. 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 You stopped it. You. Oh, thank you. That was horror.
Color. We have spoken about color before. Let me catch up with chat first. He has both forward and left splat. With a range, it indicates someone else did it behind it to the right. Well, the gun did it. He didn't do it, the gun did. And these dirty bottles attacking in groups. They don't want to run the 1v1. Yeah, they don't respect the 1 versus 1. They're also... Bottles are also engaging in guerrilla and ambush tactics. They're fucking cowards, a lot of them, okay? If you shoot your own head, it would end up as more of a mist everywhere. Oh, okay. Okay, I'm not gonna question how you knew that, Vesper. I'm just gonna accept it. But technically, he did not shoot himself. The gun shot him, right? The board essentially... What I'm reading here, considering that the board said you need to choose to become the chosen one. Only the director is permitted, allowed, capable of wielding the gun. And we just became the director by that little tutorial. What I'm reading there is Trench essentially saying, I don't want to be the chosen one anymore. And the gun just, okay, fuck you. Just shot him. I mean, of course, he's still holding the gun, but I'm still saying he didn't shoot himself. The gun did. The board did, essentially. But let's talk a little bit about color scheme here. So we got black. We got white. Where we are navigating in the white space, that is black ground, which seems to suggest the blackness is some sort of it's a stand-in for the mundane, for the physical. And the white is the ethereal, it's the beyond, it's maybe not spiritual, but something away from the physical. And it is in the white that the pyramid lives, as it were, the board lives. So we have color representations of the, not just black, but golden laced black is the mundane, the physical, the white is the other, and then we just had something red come at us, and essentially causing an introspective panic attack for Jesse. You can't let it happen, you can't let it happen, you can't let it happen, you specifically. And then the spiral bullshit essentially put a stop to the red invading us and permitted Jesse a moment of, holy shit, fuck, that could have gone poorly. assuming that the red thus is associated to possession. It's something other. It is something other than the black. It is something other than the white. It is something that is from somewhere else, somewhere other else, as it were. Right? We've talked about specific color coding for emotional impact or character archetypes. Specifically, we talked a lot about it again in Max Payne 2. Little wonder that Remedy are using color coding as a way to reinforce their narration here as well. A little bit more blatantly here, I would argue that it's even associated to agencies and powers in a way. Again, not bad. It is just something worthy of observation. This is essentially a close read of what we got here. So from now on, we understand that a clear, bright red is bad. I mean, that really doesn't take a lot of analysis to do, but it is specifically associated to this entity of bad. White to something other that seems to be in some sort of control, which is a little bit ominous, but it's there. And then in that space, vis-a-vis the whiteness, we have that black and golden laced. Also suggesting that the white and the board is something absolutely distinct, diametrically opposed even to our real physical world, you know, white and black, essentially. Before we carry on and start shooting boys, we do have another ad break though, and I want more tea. So we're gonna run that. It's more like I want warm tea, hot tea. So I'm gonna make that. It's gonna be 3 minutes chat. Please don't go anywhere in the meanwhile. We will be back with more pew 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 and close reading, potentially a little bit of deconstruction as well of Control in just this little ad break. So please don't go anywhere. I will see you right back here soon. See you soon. And here we are. Here we are, chat. Welcome back, everyone. Well, let's see. Let me catch up with chat before I go fetch my tea. Especially the shoot yourself in the head splatter dynamic. If you shoot your own head, it would end up more as a mist everywhere. Of course, that assumes normal ballistics. Yes, and as you later mentioned, caliber as well. Z, I do know. I stumbled across the guy who offed himself on US live television, and there was no mist, rather a river. Again, I'm assuming that's a lot up to caliber. I'm assuming. Potentially also how the skull breaks. I'm assuming? Maybe? I don't know. That would be the post-mortem though, no? Although there is some artistic liberty since it's fiction, yeah. But it does depend on caliber, location, distance. Yeah, I'm assuming as well. How forceful the bullet goes through, right? How big it is, how big a hole it makes. How much of the soft tissue that turns into misty tissue should probably be a big factor. Well, if you say that the dude's splatter pattern is not believable, I'll buy it. I do, however, like this. I want us to, well, may not go back, but really keep in mind the color coding. Now, color coding is, of course, basically, it's fairly bog standard as far as a visual storytelling inclusion goes. I do, however, enjoy it specifically in gaming because gamers are not... In gaming, it is treated as... what's the word? Not subversive. Under the surface, not sublime. What's the word? Fuck. Come on. God damn it. Help! Help! Send help. Subliminal. There we go. A bit of a subliminal messaging thing. It is often used still, but it is not generally treated as... It's not generally thought of as critically as in, for example, movies that use it a lot. In games, it just sort of washes over us, and it is so ingrained in mechanical or tutorial matters, in gameplay elements. For example, the health bar of an enemy is red, while the health bar of a friendly is green. So we get a lot of that color coding ingrained in us in a mechanical sense more so than a storytelling sense. So when it's used as storytelling, it sort of just bleeds into the ludo mechanics of the game that we're playing. And I do really enjoy when they bloom that mechanical trait into an actually narrative one, you know? Exit wounds mist, entry wounds droplet. Huh. Generally, anyway. Huh. Neat. Subscribe to J.P.S. We got color facts. Come here for your color facts! Real fake color facts! Can I... I'm really not hitting very well. No, fucking recharge, buddy. I want the magic. Where's magic power? His guard? Ooh. Can I? His guard. So now we have a name for it. His. Field research on his entity, his corrupted security guard, confidential. The Bureau has many internal security personnel. The His was quick to take advantage of this fact. His guards use the standard issue bullpup, there we go, rifles they carry prior to corruption, while the armored guards carry pump-action shotguns. They have no observed not paranormal, but paranatural abilities. Which seems to suggest that the abilities are not unnatural. Well, they are unnatural, but not unnormal. So they are normal, but not part of the natural world. It's sort of skewing the overtone window here a little bit, right? Where paranormal abilities used to be abnormal, they used to be weird. Now they are not normal anymore. Instead, they are not natural. They shouldn't be here, but they are in abundance, right? Missed. Let's see. Where were we? There we go. With the exception of that certain Hiss guards are protected by shielding of dense Hiss resonance, capable of stopping bullets. Is this shield the result of prolonged Hiss corruption? Does the Hiss mature in organic hosts over time? More data is needed. Did the Hiss target individuals with combat training? Does the Hiss have that level of cognizance? Does it utilize hosts for tasks they are best suited to? Combat-trained hosts are reserved for combat? That's a question. These are all questions for later, though it is obvious that corrupted individuals retain knowledge of the use of weapons. Refer to file redacted for full report. Also, hiss. The word hiss seems to suggest that it is audio-based, that it is something we hear. Maybe that is just a reflection. But it seems to suggest to me that it is also the mode of entry. They violate the laws of nature. Yeah, but still, I mean, something that we call paranormal, paranormal today is generally also considered to be against the laws of nature, as we understand them, of course, Boop, boop. I guess the idea here is that we understand the laws of nature enough to say that this does not belong at all. Oh, cool. This summary is by our order, Jesse Faden. This is written down on our instruction. Is this a document then that we will have created in the future? Is the game HUD here bridging the gap between what was, what is, and what will be? So much is expected from the director, the responsibility, the privilege. Yeah, he does look privileged, doesn't he? Oh, we got more shit? Service weapon? Oh, shit. Service weapon, OOP-1KA, containment procedure. No unique procedure required. Sure. Description, para-utility. The object's form is variable. I want sword. When bound, the object allows para-utilitarians to redacted. This object must only be bound by individuals seeking the role of the redacted director, but maybe not. Maybe director is a here's another word that I'm dropping now. Maybe the title of director is a euphemism. The object will determine whether redacted they're applicable to be the director. If rejected, the applicant is terminated. Yeah, they shoot themselves. This process is dictated by the redacted, the board, though their criteria is unknown. Background, the object was discovered inside the oldest house, in the room that is now used as the director's office. So this is the oldest house. The progenitor house. This is interesting stuff. I thought I was going to finish reading this and talking about it before the tea was done, but the tea is done, so I'm going to go get it. The oldest house, the progenitor house, the original house. This is really neat. Let us stop there and just look at that framework, that idea, the oldest house. Now we're going to blend close reading with deconstruction. I love deconstruction. It's fun as hell. Oldest house, oldest, the first, the one that came originally. House. A place of shelter, a refuge, a foundational stone in civilization. If the oldest house is this place, then this place, it's understandable that it rearranges itself. It is a living thing. Because obviously, the first house ever in existence would not look like a 1950s brutalist federal building, right? I just wanted to be a janitor. All I wanted ever is to be a janitor. What the fuck? Why are you saddling me with all these fucking responsibilities and a fucking gun? But let's follow along with this. If this is the oldest house, if this was found in the oldest house, then the oldest house seems to be an alien entity, something not built by man, at least, something other than from man's hands made, which seems to suggest that, considering that both of these are capitalized, remember that they're proper nouns, house as being a representation for civilization, it would seem to suggest to me that the idea of civilization came from outside of humanity. That the idea and the foundation of civilization was something that humanity either found or something that picked humanity. Or it used to be a natural but got invaded. How, Vesper, please elaborate. As how it used to be natural but got invaded, as how that relates to specifically the choice of words here, oldest house. Because from what I'm seeing here is I like what I see following in the following paragraphs here. What this tells me, what my read is, this object was discovered inside the oldest house. That is this house, but this house would not... It is a sort of living entity, number one. It can change its shape and its looks. We know this because, well, the whole janitor scene previously. We also can read into that because obviously the first house in human history would not look like this. So it can change according to the times and its needs. Also, this house would probably not be placed in North America originally. Probably in Mesopotamia, maybe the Indus Valley, maybe in Egypt. Those are the oldest civilization, the cradles of civilization as we know it. Probably in either Mesopotamia or the Indus Valley. That's where this house was originally found. Probably because, as far as we know, that is the origin of civilization. Potentially on the slopes of Kilimanjaro. That is where we first see humanity. It depends on how they want to look at it. Like, if the species of humanity is civilization or, you know, constructed city-states civilization. Either way, this place is something that comes from without humanity. And this gun probably wasn't always a gun. Remember, it was also associated as a sword. It is a power to protect and destroy. And that item, that power to protect and destroy, it's something that we found inside the cornerstone or the pillars of civilization. I mean, reasonably, we didn't do war until we had land to protect, and we didn't have land to protect before we started building, well, houses, essentially. It makes sense. It does, however, put in the entirety of human civilization into the pocket or the envelope of something other and beyond ourselves, probably the board. So the board essentially seeded civilization. And this bureau working directly for the board would be essentially the vanguard of civilization, something holding back the paranatural. Let's see here, Vesper. It might be the oldest house, as in ground zero for the invasion. Maybe it was originally a normal building, but then some invasion happens. Maybe. And since it's centralized here, this may be the oldest house. Yeah, but sure, that could work as the oldest, as the progenitor, as the ground zero, as you call it. Yeah, that could work. But then I don't think the choice of word of house is a little bit weird then. I think they would have picked a different word than house then. But it is absolutely, I mean, it's obvious, well, not obvious, but as far as we understand it, the his is only present here. So you could argue that the house, the oldest house, the origins of civilization, is not so much a house as a gateway. It is a place that jumps in time and space through which civilization was given to us, and the tools to protect that civilization was given to us. But that place is not so much a place as a doorway through which other things than the board can come through, such as the his. I like this cosmology already. I'm a big fan. Big fan. The popular hypothesis, redacted many forms throughout history, redacted Mjolnir, Excalibur, Varunastra. That was the spear of Vishnu, right? All weapons that redacted of the wielders. If objects of power, OOP, are the convergence of forces based on the collective subconsciousness, then this may be the original manifestation of that event. If this is the case, redacted. See, there are so many implications of this, right? So this has taken other forms: hammer, sword, spear. It doesn't necessarily need to be a gun, but of course, if it is reflected as a gun now, because that is how we understand protective power, a sword just doesn't really cut it anymore. So instead, it takes the shape of gun. I hope there's an upgrade for it to make it a sword. I will love that. That'd be so fucking cool. This is neat. I like, okay, storytelling also. We are given information, not what is. We are given information as how it's best understood by the contemporary people around us. That is really neat. I think that is what I call organic storytelling. It is storytelling through the voice and the means of the world which we are entering into. It is not told to us as exposition, technically. I mean, this serves the purpose of exposition, but it is not, because it doesn't tell us what a thing is. It tells us what other people believe that the thing is. There's a distinction there. It's a little bit of the unreliable narrator, but it's also the idea that this is what we think it is. This is what we have reason to believe that this is. But who fucking knows, right? Varunastra is a storm weapon incepted by the god of the hydrosphere, Varuna. Oh, it's Varu. Okay, so it's not Vishnu's. I thought one of the more famous Hindu gods used it. Or is it not Hindu at all? I thought it was Hindu. I think I've heard the reference of Varunastra. There was a Hindu game that I saw being played, but I forget. Multimedia. Oh?
Objects of power can cause or be results of AW's
I like her.
altered world events, intrusions upon the perceived reality. A side note, remember to cover their connection to the astral plane as well. Now,
The astral plane?
the service weapon is, of course, a prime example of an OOP, a very powerful one.
This we've seen. Right?
Ingrained in the Bureau's DNA, a key component in our prime candidate program. Come out of that Russian roulette a winner and you're it. Lose and you're, well, fired. Thank you. I'm Dr. Darling, head of research, Federal Bureau of
I like
Control.
her. Yeah, don't touch it with your stinky fingies. Have the mission proceed further. Assets? Loadout? Oh. Oh, heaven forbid. Well, we got him. Fucking got him. Materials? Oh no. Can we get in here now? Oh, fuck. Shittles. Shittle sticks. Well, this is new, I think? This is not the way it used to be. So the building is showing us along, essentially. Oh, we got red. That means there's his.
The hotline. Secure line of communication. Guidance. Reach the hotline.
Fine. Go away. Blue as a counteractment to red.
Says the dead man. Okay.
Oh, wait, we have not been the director long enough for this to be up. Which either suggests that there's some time skippiness to this, or more interestingly, that most of the decorations in this building is made out of the house itself. Right? That as soon as we picked up the gun and passed the test, the house reordered itself to show us as the director. That these are not paintings. They're essentially, I don't know, blisters. Expositional blisters, I guess. Delays caused by house shifts do not count toward overtime. Well, fuck you, too. Spinning out of control. You spin me right round, baby. Acoustic guitar for sale. Turns out it's pretty hard. If interested, see Greg in maintenance. That's pretty fucking funny, actually. Turns out it's hard. I can't be doing something hard. Oh my god. How am I supposed to pick up chicks if it's difficult? Food left in the refrigerator in containment break room 3B has been known to vanish. Plan accordingly. That's pretty funny. Socks and ballerinas. That sounds like a cursed combination. Book club. Book club. Can we read this? Enjoy literature, intellectual conversation. Join book club. I can't really read it. Let's say hi and welcome some new people to the oldest house. Also, don't bring dogs into the office. Some of us are allergic. Oh no, this is a non-dog place. Oh. Rules of conduct. Speak in moderate volume. No personal calls. No food or drink around the bureau documents or in the copy room. Makes sense. No using the photocopier for personal projects. I feel someone's amended that. Or the 3D printer. Or the bureau stationery. Wear access badges at all times. No discussing confidential projects out loud. The one to finish the coffee pot makes a new one. Remember to wash your hands. Yeah, sure. They're ahead of their time. We don't have any bottles, right? We should amend that to disallow bottles, I think. Oh, people are hanging around. My aim is really shitty. Oh, fuck. Oh, I shot him. I shot him good. Oh, fuck. And then I didn't. Move. That's a lot of red coming out of you. Okay, so is this an actual gun? Does it shoot pellets or does it just shoot things that the hiss doesn't like? Oh, no! Are these guys alive? Are they fine? Are they okay? Hope they're okay. There's one more, right? Somewhere around here. There he is. 2 more. 3 more. Come on! Fuck! Fuck me! Swing! Oh, my mom was dead. Fuck. Shittles. Healthy! Why am I so almost dead? This is legally distinct red, by the way. No health regen? No health... Oh, interesting. Why do I not hit him more? Health regen? Oh, right, they drop health. Supposedly. So, why are these guys just hanging around, you think? That seems disconcerting. Also, I'm hearing hissies. I don't think this is normal, my guy. Don't think that's normal. Now we can enter glass rooms. Yay. Yay! Federal Bureau Control. Agenda items for the next executive meeting. Rising costs of response. AWE responses. Update on mold eradication efforts, upcoming annual salary review, new supplier of coffee filters to be found and vetted. Please come prepared. Come prepared. Thank you in advance. And here's our fucking face again. Shitter? Shitter! Same shitter, exact same shitter, but different shitter. Disconcerting? Oh, well, my question about whether or not it kills his or actually shoots pellets, I guess the answer is shoots pellets because we can shoot bottles. Bottles! Love that computer, by the way. That's a very good computer. Very good computer. Aww. Something world events, yeah. Abnormal? Shitter. More shitter. Exact same shit. No. That's got more toilet rolls stacked in a corner. And someone is hiding a newspaper? That's normal, right?
Reminder. Reminder. If you experience an unanticipated building shift, follow these simple steps.
Oh, building shift.
1.
Building shifts,
Search
yeah.
the room for any altered items or objects of power. 2. Carry the altered item or object of power to the nearest safe room. 3. Wait for bureau staff to find you and the object. If there are no altered items or objects of power in the vicinity, then reach your supervisor via the nearest intercom and await further instructions. Thank you for your attention.
It must fucking suck to work in a workplace that randomly changes the configuration.
If you experience...
Also, indication here that objects of power, altered items, are something that happens when the building shifts, which means that the building generates those. They seem to be not all benign. I wonder if they are... if they're an accident, a symptom, or an intended creation. The sword seems to be intended, right? But if the oldest house is the channel through which civilization comes and the board is sort of guiding us in that, it would seem to suggest that the oldest house is a good thing for humanity. But then again, if it's just a gate, then other things could come through too. Like little shitlings just possessing the stapler, right? Objects of power are made by altered world events. So each house shift is an altered world event. Because this recording seemed to suggest that altered items and objects of power can generate when the house shifts? Or is it just that the altered items and the objects of power in the house may end up in weird places? So it's essentially, all the things that we have contained in here, we need to find and put back in the bin, because the bin is suddenly a ballroom and a office, you know?
It's an unanticipated building shift. Simple steps. 1. Search the room for any altered items or objects of power. 2. Carry the altered item or object of power to the nearest
I think the latter.
safe room.
Which was the latter? Fuck. That what we have contained suddenly gets all wobbly around. Yeah, okay.
3. Wait for bureau staff to find you.
Holy shit, this thing fucking truck. Oh my.
If there are no altered items or objects of power in the vicinity,
Oh!
then reach your supervisor via the nearest intercom and await further instructions.
Oh no! My face! This is pretty fucking hot. I kinda enjoy that. What happens here? Boof! More pneumatic tubes. Boof! Oh, it's... of course, the paneling is just a veneer. How far do you think I can fling this desk? Pretty far. How far do you think I can fling this desk? About as far. How far do you think I can fling this desk? About as far. Okay. Shelter. Is that a shelter? Well, That seems to be the place we want to go, but I want to check some things first. This is way too cool. I want more motivational posters also. Read! There's things to read! Federal Bureau of Control. Dinner reservation at 7 p.m. at Chez Arbre. Wife will meet you there. Don't be late. This is personal. You're not allowed... Remember, she's turning 46. Oh my god. Flowers are ready for you at the lobby. Is this a memo to yourself or a memo from a secretary? You're not allowed to do this. This is personal. You're using government stationery for personal messages? Unacceptable. Unacceptable. Let's find the person who wrote that and fucking fire them. With a gun. America! Plant? That's an eggplant. Plant? Oh, oh. Oh, neat, okay. No, okay, then I want to open the... Okay, that's probably where we need to go, want to go. That's way too red. Open sesame! Someone here? Mosh? No. Oh, well, that didn't shelter you very well, did it? What is this? Containment? Well, that really fucking popped, didn't it? Personal mod. Energy recovery. Open loadout. Personal mods. Energy recovery. Energy speed. Who gives a shit about energy? What is energy? What even is? Ooh, text. Read. More read. More read. For Marshall's eyes only. Marshall. We checked out the suspected altered world event in Duluth. It wasn't anything, just like the house fire before this. And the malfunctioning clothes dryer before that. My team is getting pretty sick of duds. We need to find better a way to sort the fake altered world events from the real things. Or you need to rotate these field agents off for a bit. Anyway, we're en route to Sherman Ranch. Next on the list. Let's hope it's a little livelier there. No, we can't go in there? Bullshit. Also, are these made so that sound will not penetrate as much? These seem to be echo diffusal devices. So they knew about the... That implicates that they knew about the hiss and made safe houses to safeguard against the hiss so that sound couldn't penetrate in there. That locking mechanism is pretty fucking hot, by the way. It's pretty hot. Shelter what do you mean service hatch? Alright, well, let's go. Let's go. Very much red. So red.
The hissing sound that tried to invade me earlier. The hiss. Burrowing into everything in this place.
Is the hiss your enemy? Alright, it's our enemy.
That babble's contagious. It burrows in like an infuriating melody that makes you hum it over and over.
Interesting. Okay, so it is audio. And self-propagates through audio, making you hum it and making you essentially an antenna for it. Chat, have you seen the movie Pontypool? It's not dirty. It is not a filthy movie. It is not Pantypool. Pontypool? Have you seen Pontypool? It's a really neat movie. It is one of the coolest takes on the zombie apocalypse that I knew of. It is Pontypool, yeah? I think it is. Yes, from 2008. It's a really, really, really neat movie. I would highly recommend it, chat. The idea is that it's essentially sort of a virus. I'm linking in the chat. It's sort of a virus that attaches itself... No, shit. Where was it? Oh, fuck. There we go. It's essentially a virus that attaches itself to language. It is kind of what Phantom Pain, the Metal Gear Solid game played around with, but the Metal Gear Solid game played around with it worse. The idea is that it attaches to certain language structures and then propagates through audio in another person and infects their language centers and essentially grows like a tumor on the language center and makes the person, start looping certain lines and propagates that way. It takes place almost exclusively from the point of view of a radio station. It is a really cool film. I thought of that film, funny enough. See, I thought of that film when you played that radio game yesterday. It's a really cool film. Highly recommend it. How to handle unscheduled visitors entering the lobby. Shoot them. Start with the following. Welcome to the Federal Bureau of Control, established in 1964 as part of an effort to strengthen government relations. We are proud to serve the United States and our people as we strive for transparency and excellence in all aspects of our esteemed nation's infrastructure. Now, kindly, fuck off! If they do not leave, then I'll... Wait, those lines are supposed to make them leave? That's pretty funny. Are you here to see someone? Are you from New York City or just visiting? How do you find this place? If their answers are sufficiently harmless, explain that this is a secure federal office and that they'll need to leave. If their answers seem redacted, escort them to a private room. There, perform the gunner's psychological assessment. If their responses are within acceptable ranges of deviance, see the provided scoring sheet, then redact it immediately. Remember, there is no such thing as too suspicious. Says the exact same Federal Bureau that says that we strive for transparency and excellence. That's actually pretty fucking funny. Oh, that's actually very funny. There's a lot of funny bits in this game. Examination of paranatural topics, urban legends. Summary. Urban legends are believed to affect the creation of altered materials, but can also dictate the characteristics of altered world event. So our stories generate these things? That's pretty cool too. I like that. I like that a lot. Urban legends are understood as the modern evolution of Jung's archetypes. We recognize certain redacted, informed by our own redacted, and popularized by our media. We have additionally proven that urban legends can even be artificially redacted in popular culture using Redacted, our Bureau-made anthology television program. Once the seeds are sown, human imagination exacerbates the details, which seems to suggest that there's an interaction between human imagination and this white space, right? Or the other space, that we are also sort of funnels and transceivers, I suppose, of signals. Also cool. Reminding me of another cool horror movie that I think is worthwhile a watch. It is a spoof of it's a retelling of an old Lovecraft story, one of the best ones. I forget the Banshee chapter. This is a horror. I'm fairly jaded when it comes to horror movies, but this one actually kind of fucking freaked me out long way after. It also plays into the number station thing. I think I mentioned the Banshee chapter when we played Signalis. Also a cool movie, this Banshee chapter. Highly recommended. Certain paranatural phenomena contain clear elements of popularized folklore. AWEs that only occur on redacted, a pair of scissors that consume human redacted through two punctures on the redacted Alaska. There's probably Alaska, right? A pair of scissors that consume human blood through two punctures on the Alaska. Is Alaska a euphemism? These details, living in the minds of so many, have been given strength through belief. Urban legends are not just stories for children. They are paranatural realities waiting to happen. Refer to file 4-93-6942 for full report. Interesting. Curious and interesting. That is pretty cool. That our belief in things affect what is created. I would love to know what that looks like. A pyramid. Wait, is the hiss a corruption of the pyramid? Is it internal to the pyramid? Is it a sickness of the pyramid then? Or is it another pyramid? I guess we found what we're doing for the rest of the stream. The gods in Terry Pratchett books were basically that. Oh, they were? I never heard the cosmology of the Terry Pratchett gods yet. And things like the Hogfather, I still haven't gotten that. That's not the next Pratchett, the Discord book that I'm supposed to read. But I think the next one after that, I think that's the Hogfather. Well, I guess I did read Small Gods. I guess. It's a cool cosmological setup, see. The idea that our need for gods generate the gods. Yeah, actually, that was in Small Gods, right? I think. That there's that dependence of it. This is a cool song. I ended up with gods of all kinds of things because people's beliefs. And that is an old idea, right? That people's beliefs are like fuel or, I guess, a birthing vat for gods, such as Anoia. Who's Anoia? Knock knock, who's Anoia? I mean, I've heard of that, not the theory, but that cosmological framework before, in other regards, not just Terry Pratchett. But now that you mention it, yeah, Small Gods did go into detail about that. You rattle your kitchen drawers to Anoia. Yeah, that sounds Pratchett-y. That sounds really Pratchett-y. This is a cool song. Goddess of things that get stuck in drawers. Oh my god, yeah, that sure would be her. She must be popular. that one potato mash. Yep, that sounds appropriately horseshit. Okay, so the idea here is that this is a breach, right? Because it's starting to bleed into looking like that place where we met the... What happened to my seat? There we go. It seems to bleed into the same sort of architecture, the pillars, the basalt pillar kind of thing that we saw in the board beyond, right? So the implication here is that that world is sort of bleeding in to our reality. And the hiss and all this chanting, all these people hanging around are essentially, they are possessed to become radio towers, sending signals, calibrating in this incursion into our reality. That is the read I'm getting from this. And whether or not this incursion is sort of a sickness within the board, or if it's something other than the board. I think that the inverted pyramid here seems to suggest that it is something inside the board. I'm thinking of disease. Which, incidentally, if you just store it with a mashing bit closest to you, then it's a non-issue. Is it? I don't think I have a potato masher. No, I don't have a potato masher. Well, this is a boss area. Someone's got a little submachine-y. Right, there's no reloading. There's no reloading in Control. Pulaski. Ow! Oh shit, I'm almost dead. Fuck. Oh, we host. This is bad. Oh shit! Run as fast as you can, for fuck's sakes. Fuck's sakes, man. Run as fast as you can. Pick up some health. I'm the gingerbread man! Oh shit. Girl, take better cover. There we go, that's better. Should have been a dinkus! Get dinked, fucker! Fucking got him. Never didn't have him. What is this? Assets? Material? Oh. Conceptual house memory, hidden trend, undefined reading. That also seems to feed into this idea that a lot of this paranormal stuff is fed off of our storytelling. Wait, is this game essentially about storytelling made living? Made sort of manifest? Pretty cool. That's pretty neat. I suppose pushing the mods. Now what the fuck am I supposed to do? Shooty? Alan Wake is about that, for sure. Oh yeah, Alan Wake is about that. Yeah, changing. You're absolutely right. Alan Wake is all about manifesting, or something, either something manifesting writing, or writing manifesting something, or, you know, a blend between the two. That is an old idea. That is, Remedy meddles in that a lot. Yeah, it's a cool idea. It's not a new idea. It's not a Remedy idea. It's the fundamental... Okay. This is surely a 10-minute diatribe before another ad break. The idea that stories don't come from individual storytellers. Stories come from people as a collective, is essentially a structuralist notion. It was maybe not founded, but it was structured by Claude Lévi-Strauss. He's famous anthropologist, literature scientist. He's pretty much all the humanities use material from Lévi-Strauss. That is one of the absolute top names in a ton of humanist fields. I know you commented about the writing style being irritating, but that's the thing. Yeah. Sure, you could. Okay, so the Alan Wake's shitty writing is the darkness. That's actually kind of funny. That's kind of funny. I don't think Remedy's writing is bad. I think Remedy's writing is fucking stupendous, at least in Alan Wake 2. I think Alan Wake's writing fucking sucks. There's a distinction. There's a distinction. But anyway, Lévi-Strauss, he sort of codified this idea of structuralism, that stories don't come from my stories, my written work, doesn't come from me. I'm just sort of a channel for the public need for that story, essentially. I am a deterministic siphon through which this particular story in this particular time and space will be made. If it's not for me, then someone else will do it, essentially. It is this is the literature theory out of which the idea of death of the author comes from as well. Roland Barthes' seminal thesis statement. It's a short essay. You should read it if you haven't. The idea that once a story leaves an author, the author doesn't matter at all. The author's intent doesn't matter. Nothing about the source of the story matters. The only thing that matters is how it's perceived, how it's received by the public. That is essentially, well, the essence of the death of the author. I'm not particularly fond of that theory, but it has been a prevalent one moving forward since the 60s, 70s. And Lévi-Strauss framed this notion, not the death of the author, but rather the structuralist notion that the stories that we tell, again, they don't come from one singular voice, they come from all of us. It's a collective effort. And thus you can reverse engineer that and look at the stories being told at any given time and draw conclusions about society from it. So that is why he comes in as an anthropologist, as an archaeologist, as a sociologist. A lot of different humanities draw from Lévi-Strauss in the way that, okay, let's take a look at 90s cinema to make conclusions about the human or Western zeitgeist, the Western mentality from the 90s. It's not a bad theory statement. It's just, it gets sort of weird if you draw it into extremes, you know? When he said that he hadn't seen the 4-hour Twin Peaks Explained video. Who's he? Me? I actually haven't. I haven't seen the 4-hour Twin Peaks Explained video. I rewatched Twin Peaks not that long ago, and look, there's a lot of cool stuff in it. There's a lot of cool stuff in it. And I forget his name, but the FBI agent. What's the actor's name? He's an absolute masterpiece. He's wonderful in it. But there's so much goddamn dumb stuff in Twin Peaks. As in Death of the Author is nonsense. Oh, yeah. Again, I don't think Death of the Author is, because of that video, misinterprets everything. Oh, yeah, I mean, here's the thing, changing. I'm not a big fan of Death of the Author because I don't feel like my intentions don't matter anymore once I've released the work. I mean, I'm not going to say that my interpretation or my intention with, for example, The Last Box is the only thing that matters. It's not. But I don't like the idea of being absolutist about it. The idea that my intentions don't matter at all. A lot of humanist scientists fall into this logical trap where, considering that they often lack empirical evidence, they feel the need to really, roll up their sleeves and fucking duke it out and defend their thesis statement as if it was gospel. They're trying to turn it into dogma instead of just looking at it that, oh, that's a neat perspective that is applicable and useful in certain regards, right? And in that way, I do think the Death of the Author is relevant. It is relevant to a varying degree, sometimes very relevant and sometimes not very relevant, to look at a piece of media not as an expression of the author, but how it affects its audience, how it's received by its audience. Because, truth be told, sometimes authorial intent doesn't matter, unfortunately. We can look at, for example, Tintin, for example, the Tintin debate. Tintin in the Congo, which is, yes, it's racist. It is. It depicts Africans as absolute savages. It is a racist piece of fiction. Now, the author of that, a Belgian, by the way, one of the, I'm not going to say the most racist colonial government in Africa, but they were very racist. I don't think the writer intended it to be a racist thesis statement, but that is what it became because the writer didn't think things through. He didn't reflect. He just took his national status quo and just ran with it and wrote a story set in it. And unfortunately, because he didn't think his tropes through, he propagated that unfortunate humanist statement, or non-humanist statement, as it were. So in that regard, whether or not, I don't know the writer of Tintin, I forget his name, but the author of Tintin, he didn't intend to make a racist thesis statement, but he did. Same with, we have talked about tropes endemic in certain genres, specifically as far as noir goes, as cyberpunk goes, and as fantasy goes. Fantasy suffers a lot from racism, something that Tolkien, the father of modern fantasy, he had intentions with his racism. Now, most people are just cripping on that, and they don't reflect on it. So most fantasy arcs are essentially racist statements. You could argue that with my post-apocalyptic Nordic folklore thing as well. There's racism in that, absolutely. But you need to be aware of the trope, otherwise you're just propagating it. And being aware of it and working with it, sure, you can infuse your thesis statement or your intention with those tropes. But if you just don't think about them, yeah, you are going to ruffle feathers and you are going to offend in ways that you did not intend. And then the death of the author argument is valid. Unfortunate. No, it's not unfortunate. It's valid. It's just absolutely fucking valid. Same goes with cyberpunk. Cyberpunk deals a lot with the commercialization of sexuality, which is not an uninteresting place and trope to explore. It is relevant in this our day and age when we're absolutely commercializing sexuality more and more. But if you just take it for granted and just roll with it, you become part of the problem. Same goes with male gazing and misogyny in noir fiction. It is a fundamental part of the genre to have the male gaze, the femme fatale. And if you don't reflect and work with those tropes, you easily propagate messaging that you may not want to propagate. But it's there. It's there in the reading. You can't just say, oh, I didn't intend it, so don't read into it. No, it's fucking there. It's right on the fucking page, dude. Whether or not you intended it doesn't fucking matter. It's still fucking there. It still propagates the ideas. It still normalizes behavior. You need to think about this shit. So yeah, I do think there is a valid argument to using The Death of the Author, Roland Barthes' thesis statement, as a lens through which to read fiction. I don't think it is a fundamental metaphysical truth. There's a difference, right? And a lot of people just reading these humanist scientists and just take their word as gospel because they are enforcing it as gospel. That's a mistake. That was a long detour. Ads are coming up in 30 seconds. We're going to let those run. I'm sorry, Twitch is going to have its pound of flesh no matter what we do. So we're just going to let them run. We will be back in 3 minutes time, and then we're going to carry on with more Control. I'm really enjoying this. It's probably going to be a long playthrough considering how much we talk about it, but hey, that's sort of what we're supposed to do anyway. So, chat, see you in 3 minutes. Please don't go nowhere. I will be right back with you soon. Sure, I will. I promise. I promise. I promise. Pinky promise. See you soon. I hath returned. I hath returned, chat. Let's keep on trucking. I think we covered our bases with the structuralist idea and Death of the Author, right? Or are there further observations that we need to do?
The control point.
cleanse control point.
Help
I mean,
me
fuck
fix
it up. And we're cleansing hissies. We unhissed it. See, now the house is changing back. Now it's undisorienting itself. Is the pyramid gonna go away? No? No pyramid go away?
Shit.
Curious.
You did it. We did it.
Hello? Can you hear me?
I mean, yeah.
Are you with us?
Yes.
With the Bureau?
Yes.
Are you still sane?
Yes. No. I don't know. Maybe? Am I supposed to answer that? How am I supposed to answer that? Are you still sane?
Please, talk to me.
I will. Shill.
I saw you deal with the compromised agents.
I did. Shot him in the head. So now this incursion into the oldest house, we cut it off. We sealed it, and the oldest house regains control of its configuration and sort of reasserts itself as, I mean, the Bureau house, right?
Is it safe to come out?
Yeah, sure. Come and see outsy.
I can't tell you how happy I am to talk to somebody sane.
The
Wow.
feeling's mutual. Yeah, I'm Pope, Emily Pope, Dr. Darling's assistant.
Oh, it's she. Hi.
My turn. Should I lie?
Jesse Faden. I'm just visiting.
I should have lied.
Oh, shit. You're the new director. Hold on. We're coming out.
Those are pretty good cuts, actually. Those are pretty fucking good cuts.
Director Faden. Call me Jesse.
That's not her.
Jesse. I'm Emily. Look, somehow this hostile force, this
Hiss?
that works. Somehow the hiss managed to infiltrate the building without any warning.
And just like that, my name for it is official. The hiss. Like the sound of poison gas leaking in.
We're in full lockdown.
Mop.
It seems to have spread everywhere and to everyone not protected by an HRA. And, extraordinarily, you. You are the director, and that makes you special by definition. Trench is no longer the director, obviously. I'm sorry, I'm talking too much. This whole situation is just a lot.
Trench is dead. Shot.
I want to reflect on exposition fairies. Pope here is essentially, she's confirming what we've already been able to read, but she's confirming it, you know, in verbal matter, which is good. Notice how she's used as an exposition fairy, and it works for primarily two reasons. Number one, she is a research assistant, which means that her job in verbalizing observation, well, her job is verbalizing observation, right? She's meant to observe and concretize what she sees. So the idea that she's just blabbering away exposition at you makes sense for her as a character. Number two, she's also nervous because, well, a lot of friends and colleagues have been possessed, enraged, and then summarily killed. And also she has a new boss, or her boss has a new boss. Either who, it makes also sense for her to be nervous. And sure, most people's nervous reaction is to fall back on what they know. And hers is to observe and verbalize. For once, we found an exposition fairy that kind of fucking works. She makes sense. Big ups. Big ups.
Ah. I found his body. And the gun.
Do I tell her it looked like a suicide?
The service weapon.
Also, and this can sound crazy, but he keeps appearing to me, saying things.
Interesting focus
It's
on
hard to
Jesse's
make out,
face.
but he told me to cleanse the control point. Push the hiss out. The whole room shifted around.
you did that? And you entered the building when it was already in the lockdown before you became the new director? How?
And walked in the front door.
I'm not ready to tell her about you yet.
A janitor let me in.
I love it. This is fucking unbelievable. I can't even... Look, Jesse, I have a million questions, and you probably have a million more.
Like, do you know my brother Dylan? Not yet.
But there's something I need to ask you to do first. If you can cleanse a control point, then you can maybe cure those infected or
Maybe.
possessed by the hiss. Because if that's possible, our options are very different.
Take back the building.
Hope. I don't know her, but I like her already. She's the opposite of the faceless agency I've blamed for what happened to me for so long.
All those years ago.
But I can't trust her yet. Or rather, the Bureau she's a part of.
Yes. I can try.
I'm speaking for you, of course. We can try it together. Okay. You with me? We did it before. Push the hiss out.
The camera work here is interesting, I find. The camera focus on... overly focuses on Jesse's face. Oh, we finally got one. We finally found one, Chad. One little piggy got sent to the farm. So the camera focuses not just close up on Jessie, but close up whenever she's, not exclusively when she's doing the internal dialogue, because she can still talk normally when it's up in her face, up in her grill. But it turns this whole thing, it refocuses a conversation in a solipsistic matter. It makes it less about an interaction between two characters and about one character who just happens to interact with others. It makes it an egocentric exercise to have a conversation, or it skews the perspective to be a egocentric one, which is curious way of doing it. The normal way of handling camera work in conversation is to flip with a little bit of lag and with occasional avoidances if you want to show off a specific facial expression on the character who's speaking, right? You switch back and forth. That's the standard way of doing it. Of course, there are numerous ways, myriad of ways, a legion of ways why you would want to switch it up. But that is the through line. That's the general gist of what you want to do. And this game specifically, it doesn't just use those generalized excuses to not. It goes further. It makes a point out of, this is not about Emily. This is not even about the interaction itself. It's not about the relation itself. It is all about Jessie. It's almost as if the camera itself is the you that Jessie's talking to. You could look at it like the camera in those shots. That is a first-person perspective from whatever it is that Jessie is interacting with. Which, interestingly enough, sort of puts that weird entity that she is completely familiar with, well, sort of familiar with, comfortable with, chummy with even, that is us. Notice that when that thing does things, usually, except for when it shoved away the hiss in the cutscene, it is us interacting with the world, holding F, essentially. And I understand that is just a mechanical excuse for a thing happening. It's giving us interactivity. But, I mean, it doesn't have to be just that. And I feel like that cinematography does skew the read of the game towards, it's not just the fact that we as the player on the other side, safely absconded behind the fourth wall, are the ones that are giving Jesse agency, but we are taking the role of the entity that she's speaking to. Whatever that is, the spiral thing. That's the pull-pup. Cute pull-pup, bud. Hi, bud. You don't have a pull-pup. You gotta... I mean, I'm really not one to talk about weird hairdos, but, you know. Mosh! That's gotta hurt. Wait, did she disappear? Did she just die?
It didn't work. The hiss has burrowed too deep.
Fuck. She died. Field research on his entity, his corrupted agent. This is also by our order, so this is another one of those time skips. The hiss manifest in a human host in numerous ways. The most common and least intense form is seen in many corrupted agents floating throughout the Bureau. The Hiss agents have maintained their human appearances, undergoing no obvious physical transformation. The most notable distinction from an unaffected human is the fact that they levitate. I mean, yeah, it's a clear giveaway. Fair enough. These Hiss have displayed no aggressive behavior. They only seem interested in vocalizing the strange incantation ad infinitum, what we have reflected on previously, sort of evoking the idea that they are antennas for more hiss. They propagate the hiss, they propagate the sound. Perhaps these vessels are only meant to even using the word propagate the hiss corruption, like spores or a Wi-Fi booster. Great way of referring to it. Or are they cocoons preparing to enter the next stage of evolution? When attacked, hiss agents disappear, perhaps entering a state of invisibility or undergoing a transformation into purely resonant form. Research is ongoing. Refer to file redacted for full report.
Ripping it out rips them apart.
Sounds unfortunate. We don't want to do that, do we?
Jesse, over here.
Me?
We need to make a plan, Jesse.
Okay. Also, notice that, I mean, this is not a solid read, but it could be an indication that we are supposed to be that extra entity. Notice that the entity effect is also always camera focused. It is on the lens more than in the world, which seems to suggest that it is our perspective that's getting that warping feel and not something made manifest in the world. Also sort of associating for us that entity that is riding along with Jesse is in fact supposed to be us. Or rather, we're taking that role. More so than Jessie herself.
I can't cleanse them.
I saw. It was worth a shot. Thank you, Director. Jesse.
Was.
I'm gonna tell her why I'm here. I'll risk it.
Listen, the Bureau was involved in an incident in my hometown, Ordinary.
Your town was called
17 years
Ordinary?
ago. The Bureau came
Wow.
in and covered the whole thing up. I've been looking for this place for a long time.
That's enough. Maybe that's too much already. I can't tell her about Dylan and the rest yet.
I've seen mentions of...
Sorry, I'm pausing here mid-sentence. I wonder if we could even read into it that whenever that effect, because obviously Jesse speaks to the entity pretty much whenever, right? Not just when that swirl is round. So the swirl would not indicate the entity's presence or even the entity's tension. Maybe it would rather be fair to suggest that it indicates the entity's communication. That when the entity, I mean, obviously it doesn't say something, but, you know, poking, prodding, do whatever the fuck it does. that is the indication. It is trying to put something across to Jesse. Whether or not Jesse listens or responds to it, that's a different question.
An altered world event case dealing with Ordinary. You were at Ground Zero as a child? It was one of the big ones, and before my time. And very classified. I can try to dig out some old files for you. My boss, Casper Darling, would know, but he's missing. I think he knew this was coming, or suspected. He came up with the HRAs, the Hadron Resonance Amplifiers. I think they're what saved us. Or a few of us. And Director Trench would know.
Trench. The ghost, or whatever he is. He mentioned something called the Hotline. Said I should find it.
Twin Peaks.
It's another object of power, like the gun, an old Bakelite telephone. A direct line of communication between the director and the board. Maybe he can talk to you more clearly through that. I mean, Trench has years and years of experience. He might know how to destroy the hiss.
Where is the hotline?
It's kept in the communications department through the mailroom. It's part of this sector, so we can access it even with the lockdown in place. We'll get the door open for you.
Okay, that's my next stop.
That's Tomasi's department. He's the head of communications. I don't think he had an HRA. He kind of made a point about not wearing one earlier. Keep an eye out.
They call me the director. But that's not me. I'm not a director type. I'm not a leader. Why am I here? I think you already know. Yes, I came for my brother, but there are other reasons too. I said I was looking for answers, but I might never understand them. I'm not looking for proof. This is already it. More than enough. No matter what they told me all those years, I know it's real now. I didn't imagine this. I want to be a part of this world. What scares me shitless is that I finally found it. Only to see the hiss destroy it all.
I love that phone design. Yeah, you're right, Changing. The design is fantastic. That's a good-looking phone.
Look, I know this is all new to you, so don't hesitate to ask me anything you want to know. There are no stupid questions. The door to the comms department is just outside the boardroom back in the lobby. They should have gotten it open by now.
Here's a reflection. I don't know if this is valid. I don't know if there's anything to read into this. No, there's not. No, that's just color coding. I noticed that when Jessie was having her internal dialogue there, or monologue, her name was highlighted red. The same his red. But I see that Emily's also highlighted red, so it's just a highlight. It's just a color scheme that they chose for the game. It probably doesn't infer anything as to Jessie's nature. Yeah.
Follow the signs to the mailroom. You can get to the hotline containment chamber through there.
But yeah, the aesthetics are really
luck,
good.
Jesse. See you back here once you have the hotline.
It is
Thanks,
reminiscent of Deathloop, right? It's this 60s aesthetic. This less hip 60s and more, government federal 60s. But it is most certainly 60s. It's also got the Bond villain aesthetic to it. I mean, the whole brutalism. We talked about brutalism in the beginning, Changing, right? About what brutalism is, when it was popular, where it was used, what it evokes, what it's meant to show. So these are all the directors, are they? There's been a lot of them. What is it? Oh. Bonk! That's some bonk that we get out of a full-size block of concrete. Okay, what do we have? Maison, collectibles, research, portrait of Dr. Zachariah Trench. I thought we already... The only person you should fail is yourself. Fair enough, I suppose. I want to talk more to Emily. I'm curious. But yeah, the aesthetics are real strong. Really strong.
The hotline should be in the communications department.
Where did the hiss come from?
I'm not sure. You said the hiss was here when you entered. Did you see anything like that outside before you came in?
No. No, just inside.
The source is internal then. See, the oldest house is a sprawling complex with openings to other places as well. I don't even know where to start looking. But in the context, it's good news. The lockdown holds. The hiss escaping the building would be the end. Pretty shitty world out there if you ask me, but I wouldn't want the hiss to destroy it.
With you on that, Emily. You mentioned the oldest house. What is it?
This building, the Bureau headquarters, the oldest house, is a shifting place. You've seen it. It transcends its physical limits.
I've been to New York a few times. How didn't I notice this place?
It's an attribute of the building. This is a place of power. The oldest house doesn't like attention, so unless you're purposely trying to find it, you don't, which is perfect for us. The work we do here is essential, but unstable. The Bureau prefers not to be noticed. And we need strong walls to make sure nothing gets out.
So without you, I never would have found the front door.
Okay.
That's actually kind of funny. She's referring to without us, if we are put in the role of the entity. And she tells us that if it wasn't for us, specifically us the player, she would have never found the oldest house, the Bureau. You could do a postmodernist read of that as if we didn't boot up the game, she would have never gotten into the house, which is also true, right? It sort of breaks the fourth wall a little bit in a cheeky sort of way in that regard. It essentially directly tells us that even in universe, if it wasn't for us, then none of this would have happened. Oh, well, Jesse wouldn't have gotten involved with this. And the hiss would have rampaged through the oldest house. It's it's cute, you know? It's one of those quick and dirty little postmodernist nods that you can get these days in a lot of media. Where it's just sort of, hey, Chugs, thanks for playing.
This Trench guy. I keep hearing him in my head. Is he a ghost? Haunting me?
I doubt we're talking about a ghost in the traditional sense.
She seems to be open to it.
See, if he was killed by the service weapon, your gun, maybe it's his final thoughts recorded by the bullet in his brain, like a deep space probe sending back data.
Wow.
But that's just a hypothesis on my part. I'd need the gun to research it. But you better hold on to that given the circumstances.
I think I will. Yeah.
Yeah, I am gonna hold on to the gun.
Can you tell me what an object of power is exactly? This is all, well, new to me.
Don't worry, I love going over the basics. So objects of power are mundane objects that house paranatural energies and have developed a link to the astral plane and can thus be controlled, which is what differentiates them from altered items, which are still housings of paranatural forces, but are more volatile and cannot be bound in the peri-utilitarian sense. Got it?
Yeah.
Did she memorize this?
Yes, she did.
Got it.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Got it. So we have a name for the white place, the astral plane. Well, we don't know that it's the white place, but it is likely the white place.
So HRA stop you from becoming Hiss?
Well, it seems that way. I mean, I hadn't even heard of an HRA until a few weeks ago when Dr. Darling started handing them out. Well, I began analyzing mine as soon as I got it. I mean, each one seems to emit a powerful short-range frequency way beyond anything I've ever seen.
Doesn't the timing seem suspicious?
I thought that too. Dr. Darling usually likes to unveil his latest breakthrough in big presentations. With these, he just passed them out. Yeah, his behavior makes me wonder what exactly he knew.
All of this is very interesting. Hi, Jadash! Good syntax there. Very good syntax. I hope you're enjoying Experience Control so far. Dude, we've had a lot of fun. There's a reason why I haven't gotten further in 3.5 hours, because we've had a lot of conversation about this. It is
Thanks, Emily.
better than I thought,
sure
and
I'll
I
have
already
questions
thought it was
soon.
going to be pretty good. I just
Just let me know.
had been overhyped about it. We've talked about... we started off with internal monologue as a way of depicting character. We also started off by talking about brutalist architecture and the art style of brutalism as a way of portraying certain, evoking certain emotions, I suppose. We spoke about representation in the astral plane. We spoke about the sigil for a long ass time. Well, for a long ass time, but we took 15 minutes, 20 minutes to talk about the insignia and what it meant. Wilhelmine concrete edifices love brutalism. Brutalism is one hell of a drug, man. But it absolutely is a aggressive drug, both in its environmental context and the messaging that it projects onto the viewer. It is one hell of a drug. We also talked about the board, the gun itself, other than just being America, but the implication that is it's sort of self-services. We talked a lot about the trope structure of you need to choose to become the chosen one. That was really cool, really neat. I also talked about the implication of the oldest house, the term. The house is such a narrative piece itself, ever shifting. Yeah, we spoke about the idea that the oldest house seems to suggest that this place, this thing, and the entity behind it, or the entity that has stabilized behind it, that is the board, it is implied through the nomenclature that this is the origin of civilization. And now we're following through that. We also talked about the oldest house being not so much a safe refuge as a channel or a portal or a door between the astral plane and our mundane reality. And in so being also not just a channel through which we are granted civilization, but also the breach through which threats can approach our reality, which is an interesting dual purpose, right? Where the origin of civilization is also the threat to civilization. That is pretty fucking neat. I didn't talk about that when we spoke of it, but that is essentially the implication here, that civilization is something that comes from without and we are granted access to it. It is not a dissimilar notion as what we have in Cultist Simulator and Book of Hours of Alexis Kennedy. They also play around with that idea, that civilization and thought, reason, comes from somewhere outside of our world and is granted to us through metaphysical means. I guess it's a religious concept, theoretically, but it's not one god, but rather some entity among many that are disconcerting. I like it. A gated channel, the filter between worlds. Yeah, essentially. So it both becomes the origin of civilization and the bulwark of civilization. Also implied that this place, I mean, we read into it that it was going to be temporally and it's going to be disjointed from the space-time continuum, in the idea that if it's the origin of civilization, it needed to have been either in the Indus Valley, Mesopotamia, the Nile Valley, or even the hills of Kilimanjaro, where it first came around, right? The cradles of civilization as we understand it. There's a lot of cool stuff here. We also mentioned that considering there's already pictures of us as director, as soon as we picked up the gun and got vetted through the tutorial, the house adapted itself to us to tell everyone that, yeah, this is the new boss. Check him out. There's a lot of cool stuff here. And we also spoke about one conversation that I really enjoyed us having, the idea that these AWEs and the objects are generated through our subconsciousness, which is essentially, I connected that to the structuralist theory in literature science, and mainly all of the humanities at this point, considering how influential Claude Lévi-Strauss as a scientist have been. The idea that a writer, a storyteller, an artist, a musician, specifically one of them, they are not technically, metaphysically, or holistically seen as the creator of a work. The work is spawned out of the society or the civilization, the time and space in a society, rather than from one individual, which is an interesting way of looking at it. It permits us certain liberties in anthropology and sociology. It is a little bit emasculating for us creators, but it's a neat tool for sociology, anthropology. I mean, Finnick, if you're still there, Finnick's bachelor thesis is essentially a structuralist work. I know that you drew references from Lévi-Strauss, as many do, for that purpose, that we can read in, from art, we can read in how society thinks of itself. You can read in a lot about how society is, functions, thinks, from the art that it summons or spawns, as it were. Not just the writer itself or the creator itself, but from all of it. And that is a helpful idea, even if I take umbrage a little bit about its objective truth. It is absolutely helpful for us. And also, yeah, the aesthetics are so fucking good. Really fucking good. And all our materials are essentially that. I think that's really fucking cool as well. The materials here, look at the names. Undefined reading. A reading that has not been as thoroughly analyzed as what we're doing here. That's essentially one crafting component. Potentially the worst crafting component. It's a reading of work, of fiction, of story that hasn't been solidified. We got hidden trend, a zeitgeist thing that hasn't been perceived yet. And house memory, something that a house itself remembers, some old thing. It's a lot of cool stuff that reinforces that. We've also found a way to break these things, I think. Oh, come on. Oh, you can do it. Ah, come on! You can do it before. Come on. Ah, fuck. Okay, we can't anymore. It appears that we cannot anymore. I mean, push comes to shove, we can just Hadouken! No, we can't Hadouken here. Fuck! I feel foiled. Door? Oh, there's a lot to explore here. Am I doing it wrong? Am I doing it incorrect? This is just office? Okay, that's fine. Anything to pick up? Anything to fuck up? No. Nothing. It is also interesting that this place, I mean, the aesthetics are solidly situated in the 60s, right? But the game takes place in, what, the 10s? Somewhere? I think that is pretty neat as well. Also love this is not the vending machine. What is this? No, it has a brand? Oh, fuck. It's not cigarette branded cigarettes? Oh, you fucked up. Pages. Reminder. Redrafting any public-facing material. Oh, this one. This is good. Oh, we already had that. Shifted bathroom complaint. Listen, I know you can't control building shifts, but the executive level restroom has been missing for weeks now. I worked my ass off in the Islamabad station for 3 years. I've earned the right to a nice workplace shitter. This guy knows what's up. If you can't bring it back, at least find out where it went. This guy is a shitter connoisseur. For the foreseeable future, we will be shitter watching for the benefit of Rodriguez. Weapon slot? Weapon thing? Exclusive to shatter. Okay, we need a specific gun for it. This thing, then? Health recovery per element picked up. More health. Ooh, more max health. Ooh, yes. That's a nod to something later. Oh, the shitter? I mean, we've already had one shitter watch. Actually, it's a reference to something earlier. You missed it. You missed tonight's shitter watch, Yandosh. Oh, another song. Fuck yes. And my interpretive dancing as well. What the fuck, see? It was a, okay, see, it was a disappointing shitter, okay? It's not my fault. The shitter was disappointing. It was nothing compared to, Juliana's shitter in the library. That was a cool shitter. It was weird, it was still brutalist, but it was a cool shitter. The reason they use 60 series tech is due to computers not working properly. Yeah, I got that. No smart stuff. So it's been, has to be typed out and pneumatic posted about. Yeah, I have caught on to as much. I don't know why yet, but we'll get to it. I know that there's a reason for it. I've had friends who have played this game, and I've seen them, you know, stream privately on occasion where we just, you know, hang out on the internet kind of thing. But I don't know, I don't remember a lot of the details. We'll get to them. We'll get to them. They say they have no idea how the pneumatic post lines connect to where they need to go, but the house makes it work. I approve of that. The house tries its best to make sense of things. I approve of that a lot. That's very, very good house. Good house. Good house. Good house. Good house. Good house. Federal Bureau of Control. Attention to all redacted. Redacted. A shark in his redacted, although secure, redacted permission to redacted following basic protocol. Redacted shoot to kill. Redacted. Good luck. That is pretty fucking funny. Why would you redact that? That's so fucking dumb. Oh, so dumb. Yeah, the pneumatic tubes are so fucking cool. Nice workstation, by the way. No, that wasn't it. Fuck. This is the one, right? Yeah, this is the one. Examination of paranatural topics. Technological limitations of the oldest house. Summary. The oldest house imposes certain limitations on the Bureau, but by far the most restrictive is the inability to use certain technological instruments. Here we go. The oldest house does not allow devices that receive or emit any redacted signal. Radio waves are the only transmittable signals in the oldest house, and even those are often unreliable. If the power of collective unconscious is taken into account, there we go. We re-reference to it, the structuralist idea. It could be that certain pieces of technology are too new in the cultural redacted for the oldest house to redact. These redacted lines are really fucking strange. In the cultural zeitgeist for the old house to understand them or collate them. These are absurd redactions, by the way. Absolutely makes no sense. I mean, you could figure out what's supposed to be there. This is not how redactions are supposed to work. Similarly, these items have not been known to become receptacles for altered status. Technology may be moving at too fast a pace for the redacted to occur, for the altered state to occur. Why do these redactions don't make sense. They're shit redactions. Modern technology tends to disappear and break down, sometimes quite violently. Redacted agents have been injured by cell phones exploding in their pockets while entering the oldest house. Field agents. These are ineffectual redactions. These redactions suck. Memory remember. It's redacting the use of talking of the house as a person. Verbs? The zeitgeist doesn't make sense, though. The signal doesn't make sense. The third redaction could make sense in that way. The fourth could make sense. Both of those are verbs. The fifth does not make sense. Cultural memory, to remember them. Oh. Yeah, I mean, cultural memory, zeitgeist, basically the same thing. Collate, remember, yeah. Still, those kind of work. The field agents don't. It's not a bad read. And it probably is correct, a correct read too. It just doesn't fit everywhere. But then again, as we spoke of previously, the expositions here, I mean, we talked a little bit about Emily being an exposition fairy, but these documents, what we learn about the world makes sense in those documents because, again, they are federal reports, they are bureau reports about what people believe how the world works, not how it distinctly works. You have, considering that they are written in the universe by people who live in the universe, there's always the notion that, okay, this is the best working theory, it is not truth. Is the agency title that is redacted before agents? Yeah, maybe. But again, remember that every description here, we talked about this when we read the document on the gun, that is our best guess, right? It's not truth per se, which I always appreciate. Anything else here? Jamash, any documents? Crafties! Crafty doodles. Also, is that a I think that is a concrete block. In that case, that really fucking pops. That's really fucking dangerous. Oh, we're here! We're here! Right, this is where we came from. Right. Yeah. But there was more, though. Curious. Also love that computer design, by the way. So fucking good. So, world design is such a marvelous thing. Arcane, we know, are really good at it, right? Arcane are superb at it. Obviously, Remedy know what the fuck they're doing with this. You know what? One game that I thought has absolutely fantastic world design and level design that wasn't very good in other ways? Starfield. I was slobbering so hard over Starfield's design. That 70s sci-fi aesthetic of, you know, Star Wars, Alien. Oh, fucking loved it. It looked really fucking good, I thought. So yeah, we're having a great time with Control. Much better than I thought we would. I had... One of the reasons why I have not permitted myself to play this was because I thought that, it's too much shooty bang bang gameplay and not enough story. Oh. They said we built. Whatever they're saying, I bet you dollars to donuts is important to understand what's going on. Well, that doesn't help. Is this the way we came in? Yes, it is. Okay. Where's the map? There's supposed to be a map later, right? Bottles! Oh, no, I can't! The bottles have foiled me! The bottles are infiltrating the establishment. Fuck. We need to deal with the bottles. Yeah, we need access cards for this. Yeah, okay. Oh, I guess we're heading on, right? In that case. I'm having fun knowing the story and hearing your reads on them. Yeah, again, yes, good. That is great. Again, I will want to remind everyone that, sure, it's fine to react to my reads, but just don't tell me that I'm wrong or that I'm right. Because again, reads, it doesn't matter if they're correct. What matters to our labor here is to explore what the game tells us. Or what you can glean that the game is telling us. Again, looking at the moving parts. Okay, we see, for example, now we see the little spirally thing. We have talked recently about what the spiraling thing could mean. It is an indication of the entity that follows Jessie around, that she converses with. It seems to there are indications that we, the player, our perspective is that of the entity, which you could read in from certain little hints everywhere. Now, we don't know if that is true, but it is interesting in looking at what Remedy does in the game and what that informs us of and how it informs us of those things, almost regardless of whether or not it's true, right? Because even if it's not true holistically, it's still relevant to look at the thing. Partly, number one, see if train your reading eyes. That is one reason for it. The other reason being exploring how much of what the game puts down, what Remedy puts down, is intended, is accidental, and is faulty. Because if the game developers, if any storyteller gives you or even permits you to infer a piece of information that is not quote-unquote correct, they have done something wrong. If any storyteller in any way gives you information through a valid read, I should add, that isn't true. I mean, you could argue that it's a red herring, it's lampshading, whatever, but if it's accidental and it just doesn't hold, it is probably a sloppy inclusion. Either through, again, sloppiness, ignorance, inability, just taking things for granted, as we've spoken to at length, and we will continue to speak about, tropes endemic in genres, and certain tropes turning out rather sour if the creator weren't aware of them or aware of either their place in the genre, their purpose in the genre, and their implications in the genre. If you just add male gazing and femme fatales in a noir story without understanding why they're there or how they function in that story, you tend to perpetuate misogynist ideas. It's just how it goes, unfortunately. So yeah, even making incorrect reads as far as the lore works is not necessarily uninteresting, because it can be a correct read as to what the game has just laid out for us, what clues the game has laid out for us, because maybe the game just didn't know that was a clue, When Jessie says we found the house, etc., she isn't using the royal we. No, we have already spoken about she's talking to a second person. She talks to the spiral thing as something separate from herself. Yes, we've called it the entity so far, but I've broached the theory that, well, we don't know what the entity is, but in a literature science structure of this, it seems there are implications that we, the player, are meant to inhabit that perspective. That the perspective of the entity is the perspective of the player. Which means that, theoretically, Jessie here is not just, from a narrative structure point of view, talking to us, the consumer, the viewer, the player, the reader, but also kind of talking through the fourth wall in a way. Not through her intention. She's not self-aware that she's part of a game necessarily, but she's aware of something that represents us, and thus she is talking through the fourth wall. Now, I'm not completely sold on the theory that that we are supposed to inhabit the entity, but I think there are, at this current time, enough indications that make that read, at the very least, interesting and worth exploring further, worth keeping an eye out for, to see if it actually holds water. No, I like your read of it so far. Well, again, even if it's incorrect, it is interesting, or it can be fun. And it can deepen our understanding of the media as a craft, right? As a construct, rather than what it constructs, It can permit us to understand how it was put together rather than what has been put together, which is, again, sort of the point of this channel. But yeah, there's a lot of interesting stuff in here. There's a lot of interesting stuff. And I mean, we're not really through the tutorial yet, technically, considering we haven't got to the crafting and stuff. Control points. Control points are locations that the Bureau has identified as being vital junctions to the oldest house, so nodes, essentially. When the appropriate harmonization devices are arranged around a control point in the redacted arrangement, the surrounding area will not experience any unforeseen building shifts. I have a read. Remind me that there's a read. These control points are discovered by redacted detection of an unobstructed ping using the redacted within a 37-foot radius. Numerous researchers have attempted to define control points, calling them nerve junctures or redacted or vulnerable spots in the oldest house. The common factor in these theories is that the control points are susceptible to external influences, the hiss. Something not outside the astral plane, but outside the board's control of the astral plane, which allows us to stabilize the oldest house and work more confidently inside it. Theoretically, this technology could be extrapolated to stabilize the oldest house as a whole, but that would defeat the point. But testing has found that certain parts of the building refuses to be redacted. Now, my read. Oh, right, I remember the read. Let's see here, Jindosh. There's interest in witnessing the evolution of realization as more is revealed that provide entertainment to a post-completion summation. Yes, that's a very good expression of that, Jindosh. Yes, there is. That is absolutely interest in seeing how realization evolves and how it grows, how it coalesces out of the information that we're given. Now, the read I had, how many people here in chat have read... How many people in chat have read the Dresden Files? It's one of my favorite book series ever. It's sort of slocky. It has issues. The male gazing being one of them, because it's a urban fantasy magic noir setting. Focus person is Harry Dresden. He is a private investigator. He's also a wizard. So it plays around with the noir detective genre with urban fantasy. It does some great fucking stuff. Long form character development and stuff. I adore it. There's a character in that. It's not so much a character, but a force. It's a blend between a character and a force of nature. And the force of nature, the idea and the cosmology behind it is that they are the summation of human knowledge. No, they are the summation of documented human knowledge. Anything that has ever been written down is stored in their cosmological framework. Anything that's been written. It was designed, it's a designed spell centered around one person, which purpose is to make sure that what we create is not simply disappeared by, for example, the burning of Alexandria, which sort of happened, kind of. Not as dramatically as you might think. Anyway, it's a neat character, and there is a segment in... light spoilers of Dresden Files, so earmuffs if you have to. There's a segment in the books, in one of the books, where it is relevant for Harry to message this character, but they don't have a way to call them. They don't have a way to, approach them regularly. So what he does, he steals a post-it note and writes down his message to them. Because then it is written down human knowledge, and thus they will inherently know it. Let's see here. Let me read up a little bit before my read vis-a-vis that in the game. Jendosh, I've heard you praise it a couple of times now. Yeah, it's one of my favorite book series. Isn't it the one book that you reread? Yeah, I've reread the Dresden Files and N.K. Jemisin's Broken Earth trilogy. Those are two of my three favorite authors of all time. Jim Butcher is a guilty pleasure in regards, but N.K. Jemisin is absolutely a fucking star. But yeah, I've mentioned it several times. There were two major libraries in Alexandria anyhow. It's burned. There's been documented burnings of it 3 times. One was sort of Julius Caesar. One was sort of a Christian mob. and one was sort of the Muslim caliphate when they took Alexandria. But again, it's all substructures, and it's not one building necessarily, but parts of buildings anyway. It's a truncation of history. Anyway, why I'm talking about that specific character, that accumulation of human knowledge in regards to this game, what you mentioned. See, I do pay. You do not. Hey! Actively influencing. Well, sort of. Why I'm thinking about this, I'm picking up on what you put down, Jindosh, that it's the references to the oldest house. It makes zero sense to redact internal document. Oh, ads are coming up, but I'm just going to run through them. Sorry if you get ads. I'm terribly sorry. It makes absolutely no reason to redact documents that are internal for the purpose of distributing information, which seems to suggest that these redactions are not for the benefit of the people working at the Bureau. Which brings the question, then who are these redactions made for the benefit of? It's obviously not the public, obviously. My read then becomes that the redactions are for the benefit of the house itself. That the house, the Bureau are benefited from the fact that the house is kept in the blind on certain regards. That we can only inform our colleagues about it by inference, but we're not allowed to write it down, which seems to suggest that the house can read everything that is written, at least inside the house itself. But probably, considering how we know how objects of power and altered states, how they are generated from zeitgeist and from urban legend and popular memory, cultural memory, it seems to suggest that the house, or how the house interacts upon the world and generates these AWEs, for example, is through our written record. And we want to keep the house blind to specific references to it, hypothetically, because otherwise maybe there will be a feedback loop. That is one potential reason for it. That if we speak of the house will manifest itself, and it will become an unstable, sort of a harmonic wave to it. Who redacts the redactors? I like it. Run with it. The walls have ears. Yeah, that is a really, if that is true, if that is cosmologically relevant, that is immensely interesting. The oldest house is getting more and more interesting the more I learn of it. And that is, again, a trick to creating more questions the more information you give out. That is not bad. Not bad at all. Here's a question, though. That is a save icon, right? Because time is running out for us. And this may not be a bad place to... Oh, map.
There it is again. Our welcome message.
Right. I remember the one criticism against this game is that the map is absolutely impossible to read. But I guess that's the point, considering that the house shifts. I guess that makes sense. Not impossible to read, but inhibiting to read. The map is totally legible. Yeah, it is. The layout makes zero fucking sense, is the major complaint. Oh, okay. I don't... Is there up and downs on it? No, it's not. There's not up and down. It's busy, is what it is. It's really fucking busy. You have to bypass 18 departments to get to your office. Weren't we just in our office, though? Can we just steppy backy? Anywho's. I mean, the ads are still running. They sound more upsetty. Still no key card. I mean, I'm the fucking director, come on. Under the conceptual reality behind this reality must... After the song, time for applause. This cliche is death out of time, breaking the first, the second, and the third, and the fourth wall, the fifth wall, floor, you fall. Hey! Postmodernism! Breaking... How do you say insane? Hey! Hurts to be... Hey, repeat that. Baby, 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 yeah. The earworm is a tune that you can't stop hunting in a dream. Yeah, that is what you guys are doing. That is how it spreads. Just plastic. Plastic is probably not a reference to the material, but everything is changeable. When we talk about something being plastic in science, in the humanities, it is about a thing being adaptable or rearrangeable. Like talking about plastic neurology, talking about how neurological pathways can change depending on training, but conditioning essentially. Also, we're having this curvature to the wall that is reminiscent of sound deadening, echo deadening. Holy shit, there's a lot here. Fuck me. Days since postmodernism references changes sign to 0. Jendosh, we can't go days. We have to go minutes or hours, especially in this game. That day sign is just gonna keep flipping to 0 if we go over that way. Come on, we're living in a postmodernist age. I know you are. I'm just feeling defensive about it because it's not just you, it's Finnick as well. And I realize we keep coming back to postmodernism, but there's a reason why we keep coming back to postmodernism. There's point to it, right? There's a reason why we can't get out of it. But I want to go back to the whole breaking walls. That you is the house. The hole in you. The house is a gateway. If postmodernism supersets every conversation, then it defines nothing. That's the... Jindosh, you're getting it! Woo! You're getting it, Jindosh! That's the point of postmodernism. It means nothing, but it overrides everything. Whee! We got there. That's the horror of postmodernism. Yeah, Tomasi is another, but I want to get back to the breaking walls. This is looping, surely. Copy of a copy of a copy. Yeah, your the definition is breaking down the more times you repeat it. The picture is you holding the picture. Oh, recursive. So your perspective, because the picture is the perspective of the reality. So your perspective of reality is you having a perspective of reality. There is so much we can read into this. We're not going to get away from here. Holy shit, Tomasi, keep going. So what he's saying, because again, he is overtaken by the hiss. The hiss is something destructive or hostile to the structure that we are defending at the very least. So his words here are messages from the hiss, which run counter to the messaging of the board, which makes them interesting. Whatever he's saying is interesting. Maybe the hiss is postmodernism. I think the hiss might be postmodernism. We fucking found it, Chad. Because the house, considering that the house is built, it's manifested now as in a modernist artistic sense. Brutalism is a modernistic approach to architecture and art. Is the hiss a new artistic framework trying to break in to the house, and the board realizes that if the oldest house becomes postmodernist, then everything will break down because postmodernism is kind of a dead end. It's a recursive dead end. Whee! Did we solve the game already? The inescapable hiss is the constant noise of a million literature students making postmodernist reference. Yes! 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 Wait, is this the greatest game since the House of Leaves? It is! It is! It is also about a house that's weirder on the inside. We fucking got it, chat! Because the director doesn't want the ball pits and Google AI slide. No! Fucking we got it! We got it! Did you know this before you pushed me to play this? That I was gonna get into my recursive postmodernist analysis out of this? Of course, well, great. Fantastic. Okay, so the hiss is postmodernism. Postmodernism is not just a virus, but a self-propagating parasite that infects people and make them into antennas for its own propagation. It has no purpose in itself other than to self-propagate. It says nothing, it means nothing. It turns people into shallow husks. And if you rip postmodernism out of them, they are essentially dead because there's nothing else to take its place. This works! This fits! I'm so happy right now. I'm so fucking happy about this. Oh, that's so cool. It is weird, though, that the only way to get rid of the propagation of postmodernism is to shoot it with a gun. That is also a sword. I am so happy about this game right now. This may be the best game ever. For our purposes. We've seen through it, the fifth wall, yeah. I see it as an interdimensional stapler. The gun? Huh, cool. That's not a bad read. That's interesting. Like a staple gun, yeah. An astral staple gun. What is a gun except for a staple gun? A stapler that seams a reality back together. Yeah, that's not a bad read, actually. That's a very good read. I like that. I like that a lot. But, okay, so I'm going to paraphrase what he said about destroying the walls. Destroying the first, the second, the third, the fourth. You know, the 1, 2, 4th wall is a basic theater structure. We call it, I think the backdrop, if Finnick is around and listening, he can help me out here. I think the backdrop is the first, then you have the second and third is staged left and right, and the fourth is towards the audience. That is where the term the fourth wall comes from. It is that non-existent veil that separates what happens on the stage from its audience. Now, breaking that fourth wall has been a time-honored tradition. That's nothing new. That's nothing postmodernist about it. I mean, ancient theater did that habitually with the chorus. The chorus acting as the fourth wall in a way. The actors on stage spoke to the fourth wall. The chorus. The chorus reacted and monologued about what happened on stage, and the chorus also turned to the audience and asked them questions. So in a classical theater structure, the chorus is the fourth wall, and the fourth wall thus also breaks itself. It becomes less of a wall and more of a membrane that lets through certain things. Tomasi talking about breaking the walls, first off, breaking the backdrop. Breaking the backdrop in a postmodernist sense would be then to break the illusion that what happens on stage is real. Breaking the second and the third wall, I don't know which is right and which is left, but those are the second and third, I'm pretty sure. Breaking those would mean essentially breaking the capacity for the actors to switch out. We're essentially stranding them, isolating them. Breaking the fourth wall is, of course, breaking the separation between the actors and the audience, which is something that, again, it's not postmodernist to do that per se, but postmodernism has been enjoying doing that tremendously. wink and nudge into the camera. I mean, Deadpool is relevant example right now. Well, one example. There are plenty of them, tons of them, breaking the fourth wall. And then he's talking about the fifth, the sixth. Now that's interesting. What is that? What is the fifth? What is the sixth? You could argue then, in that case, if it's the first, second, third, fourth, that the fifth and the sixth are up and down. Now, in a metaphysical sense, what would that mean? Well, it would essentially mean breaking the walls between hell and heaven. So that not only is the illusion of the theater broken, the players are isolated and shut off. The membrane between the audience and the players is broken down. And then the walls to hell and the gates to heaven are broken as well. Now, of course, this game does not run on a Christian analogy, but I mean, the cultural Christian heritage is still around us, all around us, even if you're Finnish. And I think when I say heaven and hell, you should think of that as shorthand for something else. Looks to the camera, whispers, "The tourist." Holy shit, I love this read. This is a cool fucking read. I am profoundly enjoying this. We're gonna carry this on. We're gonna carry this on with this read in mind when we continue with this game next. Whenever the fuck that is. Last checkpoint, yeah, sure. I don't know when that was. We are gonna sign off though for tonight because it's getting latey and I don't have an awfully early start tomorrow, but it's early enough that I can't really draw the stream out, unfortunately. But this is so much better than I thought it was gonna be. And there's so much more stuff for us to deal with than I thought it was gonna be. This is tremendous. I love this. I think traditional wall definitions are pretty bound to theatrical performances. I think games have an inherent fourth wall break as you directly control, pun intended, the protagonist. That is not a bad read either. You're correct, Ian Dosh. Yeah. There have been theatrical implications of that as well, where the audience controls what the actors do. I mean, improvisational theater is that, and that is nothing new either. There's been a bunch of that in Elizabethan theater as well. So it is not something exclusive to games, but you are absolutely correct that the very act of interacting or controlling what happens in the game is, if not a break of the fourth wall, at least it is a thinning of the fourth wall. A thinning to the point where it accepts input from outside. But then again, as I mentioned, even in classical theater, that quote-unquote wall was not so much of a wall as much of a membrane or even an agency in and of itself, made manifest in the choir, as it were. Kind of removes that as a wall at all, like a net. I don't know, I'm rambling. Yeah, but I mean, yes. I mean, the term wall is not a great term for it to begin with, considering how porous it is in its very nature. Especially we're gonna talk more about structuralism, because whatever happens, if you're gonna think about the fourth wall through the lens of structuralism, then, or even the death of the author, hey, we got a second one, yay, fuck off, you suck. There we go. If you're gonna think of the fourth wall in a structuralist setting, then or a death of the author, Roland Barthes setting, or lens, I should say, then the fourth wall is not so much as a wall as a lens. First off, the media reflects onto us, and then we reflect back onto the media. So I don't know if there's ever been a circumstance, except for perhaps cinema, where the fourth wall is an actual wall, or could be considered a wall in any way, shape, or form. In theater, it's not. In games, it's not. In any kind of artistic expression according to the tenets of structuralism and Roland Barthes in specific, or Levi Strauss for that matter, or all of their disciples. It's not. So the word wall is, it's not fitting, but it's a shorthand. Let's hear it, Jandosh. Yeah, long story short, I don't think fourth wall can be used in the same effect in video games. That's my opinion. And you're correct. But yeah, in the literal setting, of course. I was including cinema under theatrical. Yeah, that's fair. I would argue that specifically in regards to the fourth wall, theater and cinema are distinct, considering that in a theater setting, the audience is so much more involved in the performance just for being in the room while it's happening. Being present while the thing is done is a fourth wall breaking moment in and of itself, because your presence, your reaction, your being there, the very fact that it's not an empty room will affect the performance. Thus, the fourth wall is membranous, or it's porous, more so porous in a theatrical setting than it ever was in a movie, because in a movie, that fourth wall is essentially the camera, right? The camera lens. And the camera lens is a fairly solid membrane as far as these membranes go. And the performance that is captured on the camera, captured on film, it's not affected whether or not the movie salon later is empty or full, right? Absolutely. Cinema is exclusively passive. Theater regularly has participation, just noise of laughter, gasps. Exactly. You get a reaction to it. And just, again, for the fact of being there, your presence has an effect. It's an atmosphere in and of itself. Exactly, Jindosh. So I would, if we're talking about the various ways with which the fourth wall is an actual wall, I think you need to separate cinema from theater. Cinema may need to be separated from everything. Again, that the medium through which we perceive the fourth wall will have varying effects on how that fourth wall is used, we should probably say, rather than broken, really, because it is not something that is a whoopsie, it's not an accident, it is a tool through which to affect your art, more so than anything. Just like the first and the second and the third, they're also tools. They're not, again, walls. The first wall is where you paint your backdrop. The second and third is how you interact, how the actors interact on and off the scene. So none of the walls are supposed to be absolute, right? But in cinema, for some, interestingly enough, actually, that fourth wall becomes solid. That is interesting. And in the other forms of media, that fourth wall is in varying degrees porous, in varying ways porous. Huh. Never thought about the fourth wall that way. Interesting. Neat. That's fun. We got a lot of reads tonight. This was a busy stream. I mean, we didn't get far in the game, so hey. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Let's see here, Jandosh. When you have a dollhouse, you can remove the entire front of it. That leaves 3 walls. I think that's the purest form of it. The removal of the fourth wall allows a cross-section of someone's life. Their entire house. Now we're getting back to the house. Actually, yeah, applying that logic, Jandosh, to... I mean, as soon as we're talking about the house, I'm not primarily... I don't have primarily the oldest house in mind, more so the House of Leaves. Again, you've heard me refer to the House of Leaves, especially when, again, talking about postmodernism, because I think it's one of the greatest modern works trying to dissect postmodernism and find something beyond it. I absolutely adore the House of Leaves. It's a weird fucking novel. I cannot recommend it, but I love it as a study subject. If I ever grab that bachelor in literature science, I'm absolutely going to focus more. I'm going to knuckle down on the House of Leaves. Absolutely fascinating piece of fiction. Semi-fiction. Weird fiction. It's bizarre. It's a bizarre piece. But it would be neat to look at it. Maybe that is a cool thesis lens. The House of Leaves is a dollhouse. Really? I never heard you mention it before, no, right? Completely out of left field, huh? Me talking about the House of Leaves? The House of Leaves mention essentially comes like clockwork 7 minutes after I start talking about postmodernism. Look, I find it fascinating. I find the idea of postmodernism fascinating and oddly beautiful in its desolation. You know, there is something oddly beautiful in the dangers, the darkness, and the desolation of postmodernism that I think says a lot about where our society has gone in the past 50 years or 60 years. These are the milestones of J.P.S.'s mind. Yeah, I mean, they kind of fucking are. Okay, I'm not gonna say no, they absolutely are. Holy shit, this game is great! Fuck! I'm having so much fun. I'm getting so much to do. It's not just poppy heads. We get to talk about shit. Wee! Maybe talk too much about shit. I don't know. That is actually a relevant question, chat. If you feel that I pause too much and just go off on my tangents and analyses too much, do let me know somehow. I mean, it's sort of the point of the channel, so I'm not gonna, stop him entirely, but maybe I should put on a quota that I'm not allowed to pause a game more than once every half an hour or something. There is so much to read. There is so much to read in this game. Holy fuck. I'm looking forward to you getting deeper into it. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Analysis of what you do, though. Yeah, exactly. See, I feel like it's a point of the channel, and if you just want to see someone play through the game, there are other places to do that. I feel a little bad about us not getting anywhere, just staggering to a stop every fucking 5 minutes just so that I can go off on some fucking tangent. But again, it's sort of the point. Kind of the point. But if you ever do feel that I'm doing it too much, let me know in some way. Either on chat or private messages or whatever the fuck. Because sometimes I do feel a little bit bad about it. Tonight, a little bit. I think that our reads have been good tonight. But I also feel like there's a lot of it. But now I'm off to analyze the inside of my eyelids, so gotta say goodbye, C's. Yeah, good night, C. I'm also signing off, so it's fine. Glad you're enjoying the game, though. Oh, tremendously. Holy fuck, this is so fucking cool. I am stoked about carrying on this dig into the literary thematics of Control. Control. Maybe the title itself is relevant in that regard. No, we're not. No. You know what? We're done. Stream's done. We're done for tonight, chat. We have obligations. So, please don't go anywhere, meanwhile. Because if you're good, chat, if you're good and you stick around, I'm gonna send you on somewhere. Hello, I'm Christy is playing Silent Hill 2. I'm assuming the remake. I saw that was out and it costed fucking $70. I know remakes tend to take out primo costs, but fuck. I would like to play that, but 70 fucking bucks? No. Is my favorite Silent Hill game. So if you stick around, and if Hello, I'm Christy is still playing Silent Hill 2 once I'm done here, I'm gonna send you over there. So let us tie it together. First off, we're doing the outro spiel. So what are we doing here? As made obvious, as made manifest by this stream in particular, this stream is meant to apply the theories and the tools of literature science and literature theory, literature criticism to the games that we play. We got close readings, which we've done a lot of tonight, structuralist analysis, which we've talked a lot about, and deconstruction, which we've also done a lot of. Holy shit, it's a triple whammy tonight. We try to do this not just because it's fun, it's interesting. We don't just do it because it legitimizes the media. We do it for solipsistic reasons. This is essentially a promotional channel where I try to, promote my own work in narratology. You see, I'm a writer. I'm an author. I've been a novelist for the past 10 years. I've written 9 books in that time. And I started streaming not so much to become a professional streamer, but rather to promote my 6th novel. That is, finally a novel that is out to you. It's my 6th, The Last Box, a cyberpunk thriller about the spontaneous eruption of sapiens and a random slug of gaming code and the people who are unfortunate enough to have to try to reconcile with that fact in the near future London. Does a few things different than most other AI media does. It is not your Skynets or your Ex Machinas. If I'd have to compare it to anything, I'd put it on a wibbly-wobbly sliding curve between William Gibson's novel Neuromancer and Spike Jonze's movie Her. Nobody tries to fuck a robot? No, they don't. There's no attempts to fuck a robot. Legally speaking, in this. There is in Her, but not in this. Anyway, check it out. Where can you check it out, chat? Well, first link down below is going to get you to Amazon.com, where you can get it either as ebook or print-on-demand copy, or for that matter, you can also get a free sample. Amazon has a sample of it, a demo of almost 50 pages that you can just download and read to your heart content. And if you do get hooked on it, but you don't want to get it on Amazon.com or not, chat, second link down below is going to get you to an aggregate feed instead, Books to Read, where you can get it either as ebook or print-on-demand copy at a bunch of different vendors. Ton of them, can't keep track of them all, they keep adding new ones and changing their names, but the most prominent ones are probably Apple Books, Barnes & Noble, and Rakuten Kobo. So please check it out there. If you want to read something of mine that's not quite as lengthy as a full-length novel, third link down below is going to get you to my Wasted Words. It's a piece of shit WordPress. It's my online archive where I post short stories, pieces of poetry, and also a weekly column coming up every Tuesday where I take the opportunity to offend. I mean, I sling shit every which way, really. It's the point of a pundit. Not quite. Almost. Not quite. It's my excuse to maintain some sort of journalistic work and also channel my inner spy to Jerusalem from Transmetropolitan. So check it out. Check those out at your own risk, but I enjoy writing them. If you want to join this growing community here on the channel, why don't you swing by the fourth link down below? Is going to get you to our Discord instead, where we can carry on these conversations in a bit of a more of a level playing field, or if you want to talk about other things than what technically we're playing here. Games, books, movies, music, any whatever have you, really. If you want to join C's Smut Book Club, please let me know so that I know that there's actually demand for a Smut Book Club channel on the Discord. Or you can just give me suggestions on what you'd like to see me either play here on Twitch, or for that matter, what you'd like to see me add to the Discord. So please swing by there. If you want to give me a little bit of a kickback for the work that I do, then of course there is Twitch's own ecosystem, but primarily buy the book, read the book. That's the point, right? For me to reach out to your hearts. If it's not your jam, but you know someone whose it is, refer the book. That also really helps. The second point is distribution, getting it out there, getting this book into the hands of people who might enjoy it. And review it. That really fucking helps, because as it turns out, the internet absolutely runs on reviews, and if a thing is not reviewed, then it doesn't exist. So that really helps. But if you don't want to do any of that, or you already have, and you still want to give a little bit of a kickback for the work that I do, fifth link down below is going to get you to my Buy Me a Coffee page. It's essentially a Patreon. Now, that being said, I'm going to send you YouTubers away. Thank you so much for watching, YouTube. I hope you have found this as enjoyable as me and us. I was about to say we and you. We and... Holy shit, Jesse. You're slathering your schizophrenia on me. Absolutely lathering me up with split personality disorder. Anywho, I hope you've enjoyed yourself. Thank you so much for watching on YouTube's. Something is probably going to pop up hovering around my head here, where you can just find more of what we do here on the channel right this second at the click of the button. And until you do, thank you so much for watching, and good night.